Audio Renaissance presents Imperial Ambitions, Conversations on the Post-9/11 World. Interviews with David Barsamian and Noam Chomsky. Cambridge, Massachusetts, March 22nd, 2003.
What are the regional implications of the U.S. invasion and occupation of Iraq?
I think not only the region, but the world in general perceives it correctly as a kind of an easy test case to try to establish a norm for the use of military force, which was declared in general terms. Last September, the National Strategy Report was issued, presenting a somewhat novel and unusually extreme doctrine on the use of force in the world. And it's hard not to notice that the drumbeat for war in Iraq coincided with that, also coincided with the onset of the midterm congressional campaign. All of these are tied together. When the new doctrine was a doctrine not of preemptive war, which arguably falls within some stretching of the UN Charter, but rather of something that doesn't even begin to have any grounds in international law, namely preventive war. The doctrine, you recall, was that the United States would rule the world by force, and that if there is any challenge perceived to its domination, challenge perceived in the distance, invented, imagined, whatever, then the U.S. will have the right to destroy that challenge before it becomes a threat. That's preventive war, not preemptive war. And if you want to declare a doctrine, a powerful state has the capacity to create what is called a new norm. So if India invades Pakistan to put an end to monstrous atrocities, that's not a norm. But if the United States bombs Serbia on dubious grounds, that's a norm. That's what power means. So if you want to establish a new norm, you have to do something. And the easiest way to do it is to select a completely defenseless target, which can be completely overwhelmed by the most massive military force in human history. However, in order to do that credibly, at least to your own population, you have to frighten them. So the defenseless target must be, you have to create from it an awesome threat to survival, which was responsible for September 11th and is about to attack us again, and so on and so forth. And that was indeed done in a really spectacular propaganda achievement, which will go down in history, no doubt. From September, the same time, there was a massive effort which substantially succeeded to convince Americans alone in the world that Saddam Hussein is not only a rotten monster, but also a threat to existence. And by now, about half the population even believes that he was responsible for September 11th. So all this falls together. You have the doctrine pronounced. You have a norm established in a very easy case. The population is driven into a panic and alone in the world believes fantasies of this kind, and therefore is willing to support military force in self-defense. And if you believe those things, it really is self-defense. So that's it's kind of like a textbook example of aggression with the purpose of extending the scope of further aggression. So once the easy case is handled, you can move on to think of harder cases. Those are the main reasons why so much of the world is overwhelmingly opposed to the war. I mean, it's not just the attack in Iraq. Many people at least perceive it correctly as exactly the way it's intended, as a firm statement that you had better watch out, we are on the way. That's why the United States is now regarded as the greatest threat to peace in the world by a large number of people, probably the vast majority of the population of the world. So George Bush has succeeded within a year in converting the United States to a country that is greatly feared, disliked, and even hated.
At the World Social Forum in Porto Alegre in late January, you described Bush and the people around him as, quote, radical nationalists engaging in, quote, imperial violence. Is this regime in D.C. substantially different from previous ones?
Well, it is useful to have some historical perspective. So let's go to the opposite end of the political spectrum, the Kennedy liberals, about as far as you can get. Okay. In 1963, they announced a doctrine which is not very different from Bush's national security strategy report. Here it is, and the timing is critical. This was in 1963. Dean Acheson, a respected elder statesman, senior advisor to the Kennedy administration, delivered a lecture to the American Society for International Law, in which he instructed them that, in his words, no legal challenge arises in the case of a U.S. response to a challenge to its position, prestige, or authority. Now, what was he referring to? Well, he was referring to the U.S. terrorist war and economic warfare against Cuba. And the timing is quite significant. This was shortly after the missile crisis, which virtually drove the world to the edge of nuclear war. And that was largely a result of a major campaign of international terrorism aimed at what's now called regime change, a major factor that led to the missiles being sent close to nuclear war. Right afterwards, Kennedy stepped up the international terrorist campaigns, and Acheson informed the Society for International Law that we have the right of preventive war against a mere challenge to our position and prestige, not even a threat to existence. I mean, his wording, in fact, was even more extreme than the Bush doctrine last September. On the other hand, to put it in perspective, that was a proclamation by Dean Acheson. It wasn't an official statement of policy. And it's not the first or the last, but this one last September is nevertheless unusual in its brazenness and in the fact that it is a formal statement of policy, not just statements by high officials.
A slogan that you no doubt, and we've all heard at peace rallies, is no blood for oil. And the whole issue of oil is often referred to as the driving force behind the U.S. attack and occupation of Iraq. How central is oil to U.S. strategy?
Well, it's undoubtedly central. I don't think any sane person doubts that. The Gulf region is the main energy-producing region in the world. It has been since the Second World War. It's expected to be at least for another generation. It's a huge source of strategic power, of material wealth, and Iraq is absolutely central to it. It's the second largest oil reserves, very easily accessible, cheap. To control Iraq is to be in a very strong position to determine the price and production levels, not too high, not too low, to probably undermine OPEC, and to swing your weight around throughout the world. I mean, that's been true since the Second World War. It has nothing particular to do with access to the oil, and the U.S. doesn't really intend to access it, but it does have to do with control. So that's in the background. If Iraq was somewhere in Central Africa, it wouldn't have been chosen for this test case. So that's certainly there in the background, just as it's there in less crucial regions like Central Asia. However, it doesn't account for the specific timing of the operation, because that's a constant concern.
You've often cited that 1945 State Department document on Middle East oil, calling it, quote, a stupendous source of strategic power and one of the greatest material prizes in world history, unquote. The U.S. Does import quite a bit of its oil, 15% from Venezuela. It also imports oil from Colombia and Nigeria. All three of those states are perhaps from Washington's perspective, somewhat problematic right now with Hugo Chavez in control in Venezuela and serious internal conflicts, literally civil war in Colombia and uprisings in Nigeria, threatening oil supplies there. I mean, what do you think about all of those factors?
Well, yes, that's very pertinent, and those are the regions where the U.S. actually intends to have access. The Middle East it wants to control, but at least according to intelligence projections, the U.S. intends to rely on what they regard as more stable Atlantic Basin resources. Atlantic Basin means West Africa and the Western Hemisphere, which are more, totally under U.S. control than the Middle East, which is sort of a difficult region. So for the projections are control the Middle East, but access the West Basin, including the countries you mentioned. It does therefore follow that lack of conformity, disruption of one kind or another in those areas is seen as a significant threat, and it's a good possibility that, there is very likely to be another episode like Iraq if this one works the way the civilian planners at the Pentagon hope. If it's an easy victory, no fighting, establish a new regime, which you'll call democratic, and not too much catastrophe and so on. If it works like that, they're going to be emboldened on to the next step. And the next step you can think of several possibilities. One of them, indeed, is the Andean region. The U.S. has military bases all around it now. There are military forces right in there. Colombia and Venezuela are both, especially Venezuela, are substantial oil producers, and then there's more elsewhere, like Ecuador and even Brazil. Another possibility is Iran.
Indeed, Iran. The U.S. administration was advised by none other than that man of peace, Ariel Sharon, to go after Iran the day after they finish with Iraq. Well, what about Iran, a designated axis of evil state and also a country that has a lot of oil?
Well, as far as Israel's concerned, Iraq has never been much of an issue, considered a kind of pushover. But Iran is a different story. Iran is a much more serious military and economic force, and for years Israel has been pressing the United States to take on Iran. Iran is too big for Israel to attack, so they want the big boy to do it. And it's quite likely that war may already be underway. A year ago, over 10% of the Israeli Air Force was reported to be permanently based in eastern Turkey, that is, in these huge U.S. military bases in eastern Turkey, and are reported to be flying reconnaissance over the Iranian border. In addition, there are reports, credible reports, it's hard to get the details, that there are efforts, the U.S. and Turkey and Israel are attempting to stir up Azeri nationalist forces in northern Iran to move towards a kind of a linkage of parts of Iran and Azerbaijan as one of their, kind of an axis of U.S., Turkish, Israeli power in the region, opposed to Iran, and ultimately perhaps leading to the split up of Iran and maybe military attack, although there will be a military attack only if it's taken for granted that Iran would be basically defenseless. They're not going to invade anyone who can fight back.
Well, with U.S. military forces in Afghanistan and in Iraq, as well as bases in Turkey, Iran is literally surrounded now by U.S.
All through Central Asia, too. And
through Central Asia in the north. Might not that objective reality on the ground radicalize forces inside Iran to, develop nuclear weapons if they don't already have them in self-defense?
No, it's very likely. There's a lot of illusions about this, but the little evidence we have, serious evidence, indicates that the Israeli bombing of the Osirak reactor
in 1981
probably stimulated and may have even initiated the Iraqi nuclear weapons development program.
But they were already engaged in it.
They were engaged in building a nuclear plant, but what it was, nobody knew. It was investigated on the ground after the bombing by a well-known nuclear physicist from Harvard. They published his analysis in the leading scientific journal, Nature. And according to him, it was a power plant. Other Iraqi sources, exiles, have indicated, we can't prove it, that nothing much was going on. It was, they may have been toying with the idea of nuclear weapons, but that the bombing of it did stimulate the nuclear weapons program. You can't prove this, but that's what the evidence looks like.
What does the Iraq War and occupation mean for the Palestinians?
Disaster.
No roadmaps to peace?
Yeah, it's interesting to read it. One of the rules of journalism, I don't know exactly how it got established, but it's absolute consistency, is that when you mention George Bush's name in an article, the headline has to speak of his vision, and the article has to talk about his dreams, and that maybe there'll be a photograph of him right next to it peering into the distance. And one of George Bush's dreams and visions is to have a Palestinian state somewhere, sometime, in some unspecified place, maybe in the Saudi desert. And we are supposed to worship and praise that as a magnificent vision. It has become a convention of journalism. The vision and the dream is that maybe the United States will stop undermining totally the long-term efforts of the rest of the world, virtually without exception, to create some kind of a viable political settlement. Up until now, the U.S. has been blocking it for the last 25, 30 years. The Bush administration went even further in blocking it, sometimes in pretty extreme ways, so extreme that they weren't even reported here. So, for example, last December at the UN, for the first time, the Bush administration reversed U.S. policy on Jerusalem. Up until now, the U.S. had, at least in principle, gone along with the 1968 Security Council resolution ordering Israel to revoke its annexation and occupation and settlement policies in East Jerusalem. And for the first time last December, the Bush administration reversed it. That's one of many cases intended to undermine the possibility of any meaningful political settlement. A couple of days ago, weeks ago, I guess, Bush made what was called his first significant pronouncement on Middle East, on the Israel-Arab problem. He gave a speech, headlines, it's the first significant statement in years, and so on. Well, if you read it, it was boilerplate, except for one sentence. That one sentence, if you take a look at it closely, what it said is, as the peace process advances, Israel should terminate new settlement programs. Okay, what does that mean? That means until the peace process reaches a point that Bush endorses, which could be indefinitely far in the future, until then, Israel should continue to build settlements. Okay, that's a change in policy. Up until now, officially at least, the U.S. has been opposed to expansion of the illegal settlement programs that make a political settlement impossible. But now Bush is saying the opposite. He said, go on, settle. Fine, we'll keep paying for it until we decide that somehow the peace process has reached an adequate point. So yes, it was a significant change towards more aggression, undermining of international law, and undermining of the possibilities of peace.
You've described the level of public protest and resistance to the Iraq War as unprecedented. Never before has there been so much opposition before a war began. Where is that resistance going? If you could talk about it inside the United States and then internationally.
I don't know any way to predict human affairs. It'll go the way people decide it'll go. There are many possibilities. It should intensify. The tasks are now much greater and more serious than they were before. On the other hand, it's harder. It's just psychologically easier to organize to oppose a military attack than it is to oppose a long-standing program of imperial ambition, of which this attack is one phase, and of which others are going to come next. That takes more thought, more dedication, more long-term engagement. It's the difference between being deciding, okay, I'm in this for the long haul, and saying, okay, I'm going out to a demonstration tomorrow and then back home. Those are choices all the time. Same in the civil rights movement, the women's movement, anything.
Do we need to be concerned about threats to and intimidation of dissidents here inside the United States, and including random roundups of immigrants and green card holders and citizens for that matter?
Well, vulnerable people like immigrants definitely have to be concerned. I mean, the current government has claimed rights which go beyond any precedents. There's some in wartime, but those are pretty ugly ones, like rounding up the Japanese, or, say, Wilson during the First World War, which was pretty awful. But they're now claiming rights that are quite without precedent, including even the right to arrest citizens, hold them in detention without access to family or lawyers, and do so indefinitely without charges. That's unique. And immigrants and other vulnerable people should certainly be cautious. On the other hand, for us, people like us, people with citizens with any privilege, though there are threats, as compared with what people face in most of the world, they're so slight that it's hard to get very upset about them. I mean, I've just been back from Turkey a couple of times and Colombia, and compared with the threats that people face there, we're living in heaven.
With the U.S. economy deteriorating and with layoffs and the prospect of more layoffs and economic downturn on the horizon, how is the Bush administration going to maintain, which is what some people are calling a garrison state here at home and a state of permanent war overseas with occupation of numerous countries? How are they going to pull it off?
They have to pull it off for about another 6 years. By that time, they hope they will have institutionalized highly reactionary programs within the United States. They'll have left the economy in a very serious state, huge deficit and so on. Pretty much the way they did in the 1980s. And then it'll be somebody else's problem to patch it together. Meanwhile, they will have, they hope, undermined social programs, diminished democracy, which of course they hate, by transferring decisions out of the public arena into private hands, and do it in a way that it'll be very hard to disentangle. So they'll have left a legacy internally that will be painful and hard, but only for the majority of the population. I mean, the people they're concerned about are going to be making out like bandits. They're very much like the Reagan years. It's the same people, after all. And internationally, they hope that they will have institutionalized the doctrines of imperial domination through force and preventive war as choice. I mean, the U.S. now in military force, in military spending, probably exceeds the rest of the world combined, and it's much more advanced and moving off into extremely dangerous directions like space. And they assume, I suppose, that no matter what happens to the American economy, that'll give such overwhelming force that people will just have to do what they say.
What do you say to the peace activists in the United States who really labored for long trying to prevent the attack and invasion of Iraq, and who are now feeling a sense of anger that the U.S. has done this and an enormous amount of sadness?
I think that they should be realistic. Take, say, abolitionism. How long did the struggle go on before they made any progress? I mean, if you give up every time you don't achieve the immediate gain you want, you're just guaranteeing that the worst is going to happen. These are long, hard struggles. And in fact, what happened in the last couple of months should be seen quite positively. I mean, the basis was created for expansion and development of a peace and justice movement that will move on to much harder tasks. And that's the way these things go. You don't win an easy victory and go home.
Boulder, Colorado, April 5th, 2003.
In recent years, the Pentagon and then the media have adopted this term collateral damage to describe the death of civilians. Talk about the role of language in shaping and forming people's understanding of events.
Well, it has nothing much to do with language. I mean, language is the way we interact and communicate. So naturally, the means of communication and the conceptual background that's behind it, which is more important, are used to try to shape attitudes and opinions and induce conformity and subordination. This has been true forever, but it became an organized and very self-conscious industry, really in the last century. And not surprisingly, it was created in the more democratic societies. So the first coordinated propaganda ministry, called Ministry of Information, was in Britain during the First World War. It had the task, as they put it, of controlling the mind of the world. And what they were particularly concerned with was the mind of America, and more specifically, the mind of American intellectuals. They thought if they could convince American intellectuals of the nobility of the British war effort, then American intellectuals could succeed in driving the basically pacifist population of the United States, which didn't want to have anything to do with European wars, rightly, to drive them into a fit of fanaticism and hysteria, which would get them to join the war. And Britain needed U.S. backing. So Britain had its Ministry of Information, aimed primarily at American opinion and opinion leaders, and the U.S., the Wilson administration reacted by setting up the first state propaganda agency here, called the Committee on Public Information. This is already Orwellian, of course. We don't have to even comment on what a Committee on Public Information is. But it succeeded. It succeeded brilliantly, in fact, mainly with liberal American intellectuals, people of the John Dewey circle, who actually took pride in the fact that they were, for the first time in history, according to their picture, a wartime fanaticism was created not by military leaders and population and politicians, but by the more responsible, serious members of the community, namely thoughtful intellectuals. And they did organize a campaign of propaganda which within a few months did succeed in turning a relatively pacifist population into raving anti-German fanatics who wanted to destroy everything German. I mean, reached the point where the Boston Symphony Orchestra couldn't play Bach. The country was driven into a hysteria. Wilson had won the election on the slogan "Peace without victory," but within a couple of months he'd turned the country into fanatics who wanted to win victory and destroy everything German and no peace. And that had an impact. The members of the committee of Wilson's propaganda agency included people like Edward Bernays, who became the guru of the public relations industry, and Walter Lippmann, the leading public intellectual of the 20th century, the most respected media figure. And they very explicitly drew from that experience. You look at their writings in the 1920s, they said, okay, we've learned from this that you can control the public mind. You can control attitudes and opinions. That's where Lippmann said we can manufacture consent by the means of propaganda. Bernays said the more intelligent members of the community can drive the population into whatever they want by what he called engineering of consent. It's the essence of democracy, he said, both of them held. It also led to the rise of the public relations industry. I mean, it sort of existed before that, but it was very impressed by this achievement. From that comes the enormous public relations industry, which was based on an interesting conception. It's interesting to look at their thinking back in the 20s when it really got started. This was the period of Taylorism in industry, when workers were being trained to become robots. And that was extremely impressive. It created a highly efficient industry with human beings being turned into automata. Bolsheviks were very impressed with it too. They tried to duplicate it. In fact, they tried throughout the world. But the thought control experts realized that you could not only have what was called on-job control, but also off-job control. It's their phrase. Off-job control means turn people into robots for the rest of their lives. So control them off-job by inducing a philosophy of futility, focusing people on the superficial things of life, like fashionable consumption, and basically get them out of our hair. Let the people who are supposed to run the show do it without any interference from the mass of the population who have no business in the public arena. And from that comes enormous industries, ranging from advertising to universities, all committed to very consciously to the conception that you must control attitudes and opinions because the people are just too dangerous. Actually, they have good constitutional sources for that. The founding of the country was based on the principle, the Madisonian principle, that the people are just too dangerous. Power has to be in the hands of what Madison called the wealth of the nation. People who respect property and its rights and are willing to protect the minority of the opulent from the majority. The majority have to be fragmented somehow. But by the 1920s, this became highly self-conscious in major industries, and it's particularly striking that it developed in the more democratic societies. It was later duplicated. They tried to duplicate it in Germany and Bolshevik Russia and South Africa and elsewhere, but it was always quite explicitly on the mostly American model. And why in the democratic societies? Well, there's a good reason for that. If you can control people by force, it's not so important to control what they think and feel. But if you lose the capacity to control people by force, it becomes more necessary to control attitudes and opinions. And it brings us right up to the present. By now it's not so much government agent. It was to some extent, like Reagan had what they called an Office of Public Diplomacy. But by that time, the public was no longer willing to accept state propaganda agencies. So the Reagan Office of Public Diplomacy was declared illegal and had to go in roundabout ways. But instead of this, what took over instead was private tyrannies, basically, corporate systems, which play the role of controlling opinion and attitudes, not taking orders from the government, but closely linked to it, of course. And that's our contemporary system. Extremely self-conscious. I mean, you don't have to speculate much about what they're doing because they're kind enough to tell you, in industry publications and so on. And also in the academic literature. So you go back to, say, the 1930s, perhaps the founder of good bit of modern political science, liberal, progressive, Wilsonian Harold Lasswell, in 1933 wrote an article called Propaganda. People used the term freely then, before the connotations that came from the Nazis. So it was just openly called propaganda. Now there are various euphemisms. He wrote an article called Propaganda in the Encyclopedia of Social Sciences, major publication, in which the message was that we should not, all of these are quotes incidentally, we should not succumb to democratic dogmatisms about people being the best judges of their own interests. They're not. We are. And since people are too stupid and ignorant to understand their best interests for their own benefit, because we're great humanitarians, we must marginalize and control them and the best means is propaganda. There's nothing negative about propaganda. He said it's as neutral as a pump handle. You can use it for good or for evil. And since we're noble, wonderful people, we'll use it for good, to ensure that the stupid, ignorant masses remain marginalized and separated from any decision-making capacity. And that's in the hands of us, and we're good by definition, so we'll do the best for everyone. And that includes world government, domestic control, and so on. This is not the right wing that I'm talking about. These are the liberal, progressive intellectuals. And in fact, the Leninist doctrines are approximately the same. There are very close similarities. The Nazis also picked it up. If you read Mein Kampf, Hitler was very impressed with Anglo-American propaganda. He argued, not without reason, that that's what won the First World War, and vowed that next time around the Germans would be ready too, and developed their own propaganda systems modeled on the democracies. The Russians tried it, but it was too crude to be effective. South Africa used it, others, right up to the present. But the real forefront is the United States, because it's the most free and democratic society, and it's just much more important to control attitudes and opinions.
Can you make the leap from propaganda then and its origins to what's going on today with what is called Operation Iraqi Freedom?
Yeah, you can read it in this morning's New York Times. This is, what's today? Saturday?
April 5th.
April 5th. Okay, this morning's New York Times, and the inside there's an interesting article about Karl Rove, the president's manager, basically. His minder is what they'd call it in Iraq, when it teaches him what to say and do. And it describes what he's doing now, Karl Rove. He's not directly involved in the war planning, but neither is Bush. I mean, this is in the hands of other people. But his goal, he says, is to present the president as a powerful wartime leader aimed at the next presidential election, so that the Republicans can push through their domestic agenda, which is what he concentrates on, which means tax cuts. They say for the economy, but they mean for the rich. Tax cuts for the rich and other programs which he doesn't bother enumerating, but which are designed, if you look at them, to benefit an extremely small sector of the ultra-wealthy and privileged, and will have the effect of harming the mass of the population. But more significant than that, it's not outlined in the article, is to try to destroy the institutional basis for social support systems. So try to eliminate things like schools and Social Security and anything that is based on the conception that people have to have some concern for one another. That's a horrible idea which has to be driven out of people's minds. The idea that you should have sympathy and solidarity, you should care whether the disabled widow across the town is able to eat, that has to be driven out of people's minds. That's a large part of the domestic agenda, quite apart from just shifting wealth and power even more than it is now towards narrow sectors. And the way to achieve that, since people aren't going to accept it, the way to achieve it, and it's stated explicitly, is to make people afraid. If people are frightened that their security is threatened, they'll gravitate towards the strong leaders. And it says they'll trust the Republicans to protect them from enemies, and therefore suppress their own concerns and interests. We'll be able to drive through the domestic agenda, maybe even institutionalize it, so it'll be very hard to reconstruct. And we have to do it by presenting the president as a powerful wartime leader, succeeding in overcoming this awesome foe, which, of course, is chosen because it barely exists and can be crushed in no time.
Iraq.
Iraq. And that's it's laid out pretty explicitly. I mean, not precisely in the words I just used, but the message is very clear. Well, so that's what you do. And it's aimed at the next presidential election. That's a large part of this war.
Clearly, there's a huge gap on the Iraq war between U.S. public opinion and literally the rest of the world. Do you attribute that to propaganda?
There's just no question about it. You can trace it precisely. The campaign about Iraq took off last September. That was... this is so obvious, it's even discussed in mainstream publications, like the chief political analyst for UPI, Martin Seif, has a long article just describing how it was done. I mean, it's transparent. In September, which happened to be the opening of the midterm congressional campaign, that's when the drumbeat of wartime propaganda began, and it had a couple of constant themes. One is that Iraq is an imminent threat to the security of the United States. We've got to stop them now or they're going to destroy us tomorrow. The second is that Iraq was behind September 11th. Nobody says it straight out, it's kind of insinuated. They were responsible. The next one is they're planning new such atrocities, and therefore we've got to stop them now or we're really in danger. Well, take a look at polls. They reflected the propaganda very directly. The propaganda is distributed by the media. They don't make it up, they just distribute it. attribute it to high government officials or whatever you like. But the campaign was reflected very quickly in the polls by September, and since then, roughly 60%, oscillating around that, of the population believes that Iraq is a threat to our security. Congress, if you look at the Declaration of October, when they authorized the president to use force, said Iraq is a threat to the security of the United States. By now, about half the population, maybe more by now, believes that Iraq was responsible for September 11th, that Iraqis were on the plains, that they're planning new ones. These attitudes are closely correlated to support for war, and it makes sense. I mean, if you believe that Iraq is an imminent threat to our security and was responsible for the September 11th atrocities and is planning new ones, then it makes sense to say, okay, let's go to war to stop him. Now, there is no one else in the world that believes any of this. There's no country where Iraq is regarded as a threat to their security. I mean, Kuwait and Iran, which were both invaded by Iraq, they don't regard Iraq as a threat to their security. And it's ridiculous. I mean, Iraq's the weakest country in the region. And as a result of the sanctions, which have killed hundreds of thousands of people, about probably two-thirds of the population's on the edge of starvation. The country has the weakest economy and the weakest military force in the region. Its economy and its military expenditures are about a third those of Kuwait, which has 10% of its population, and well below others. And of course, everybody in the region knows that there is a superpower there. Offshore U.S. military base, Israel, which has hundreds of nuclear weapons and massive armed forces, totally dominates anything. But Iraq is one of the weakest countries there. After the U.S. takes it over, it's very likely that it'll increase its military forces and maybe even develop weapons of mass destruction just to counterbalance other states of the region. It's very possible. So they're not afraid of it. They may hate Saddam Hussein, but they're not afraid of him. For the past 5 years, in fact, they've been trying hard to reintegrate Iraq back into their own system over strong U.S. objections, because the U.S. doesn't want that to happen. But only in the United States is there fear, and you can trace the growth of the beliefs to the propaganda. So after September 11th, the percentage of the population in polls that thought that Iraq was involved was, I think, 3%. By now it's probably over half, maybe 60%. These are real achievements of propaganda, not the first time. It's kind of like the First World War. It's pretty much what the Wilson administration succeeded in doing within a few months. And there are plenty of cases since. It's interesting that the United States is so susceptible to this. I mean, there's a background, a cultural background, which is interesting, but whatever the reasons are for it, the United States happens to be a very frightened country. By comparative standards, levels of fear here of almost everything, crime, aliens, you pick it, are just off the spectrum. And the people in Washington know it very well. It's nobody, it's kind of obscured, but should be right in front of everyone's attention. These are the people who ran the country in the Reagan first Bush administration, almost the same people. And they managed, they're replaying the script. They pursued very regressive domestic programs which harmed the population and which were very unpopular, and they succeeded in staying in political power by pushing the panic button every year. And they're doing the same thing now. In the United States, it's not hard to do.
I'm interested that you usually define things with a tremendous amount of clarity and precision, yet you say conditionally that there's something in the American character that lends
the
itself.
Culture.
What is it that lends it, that makes it susceptible to propaganda?
I don't say it's more susceptible to propaganda. It's more susceptible to fear. It's a frightened country. And again, the reasons for this are, I don't frankly understand them, but they're there, and they go way back. They go way back in American history.
But if the fear is there, then propaganda becomes relatively easy to implement.
Much easier. Certain kinds of propaganda become much easier to implement. Frightening people is very easy. I mean, look, when my kids were in school 40 years ago, they literally were being taught to hide under desks to protect them from atomic bombs. I mean, elsewhere in the world, this isn't even a joke. Actually, there's a comment that ought to be famous by a Mexican ambassador back at that time. Kennedy was trying to organize the hemisphere to support his terrorist attacks against Cuba, which were very severe. He had a major campaign of international terrorism going on against Cuba and economic warfare to try to strangle it. And he was trying to organize the hemisphere to back it. Well, the U.S. is very influential in the hemisphere. Countries just have to do what they're told or they're in bad trouble. But Mexico refused to go along. And the Mexican ambassador said, if I try to tell people in Mexico that Cuba is a threat to our security, 40 million Mexicans will die laughing. Well, in the United States, people don't die laughing. People are afraid of everything. Take, say, crime. It's not much different. In the United States, it's kind of like other industrial societies, kind of toward the high end, but not off the spectrum. Fear of crime is much higher in the United States than other countries. Even things like belief in aliens. If you go to Europe and you ask people, are there aliens among you? They won't even know what you're talking about. Here it's probably half the population.
But don't you think media culture contributes to that? All the TV shows, all the movies?
Probably. But there's a background of fear which is exploited. And it goes pretty far back. It probably has to do with conquest of the continent, where you had to exterminate the native population. Slavery, where you had to control a population that was regarded as dangerous, because you never knew when they were going to turn on you. And it may just be a reflection of the enormous security. The security of the United States is beyond anyone else. The United States controls the hemisphere, it controls both oceans, it controls the opposite sides of both oceans, never been threatened. I mean, the last time the U.S. was threatened was the War of 1812. Since then, it just conquers others. And somehow this engenders a sense that somebody's going to come after us. So the country ends up being very frightened.
Bush gave his first primetime press conference on Thursday, March 6th, the first in a year and a half. And it was actually a pre-scripted press conference where people knew in advance who was going to be called on, so there was no spontaneity whatsoever. A study of the transcript reveals, again, a constant repetition of certain phrases. Iraq, Saddam Hussein, threat, increasing threat, deep threat, 9/11, terrorism, the Twin Towers. Just repeated over and over again. On Monday, just a few days later, there was a sharp spike in public opinion polls in the United States showing that Americans believe, by large numbers now, majority, that Iraq was connected to 9/11.
Yeah, but this has been happening since September. You're right, these are very carefully programmed events. It's like television ads. It's the public relations industry is a huge industry, plenty of experience in this. Everything is programmed. Reagan was carefully programmed. Everyone knew that if he got off his note cards, he had to quick shut him up because he was going to say something insane. But he was a media figure. This administration also has a collection of highly crafted media figures. George Bush is created to be the simple, honest, religious, straight-talking man who's got instincts, deep morality, good and evil, kind of caricature of children's fairy tales and so on. All of that is very carefully crafted. Colin Powell is crafted to be the moderate, multilateralist, committed to diplomacy and so on. There's not a particle of evidence for any of that. His record is horrendous. And that means that when he stands up and says, well, we have to go to war, then that really shows that, even no matter how far out you go, people agree. It's all very carefully done. And you're right about the spike, but the real change was September. That's when the poll results quickly indicate the fear, the belief in Iraqi participation. It has to keep being reinforced because otherwise it'll just drop off. The point is these claims are so outlandish that it's very hard to expect people to sustain them unless you keep driving it home, and that's what advertising is about. It's the same if you're trying to sell cars. Yeah, that's what you have to do. You have to, if you're trying to drive people to become mindless consumers whose lives are focused on maxing out their credit cards and having the highest workload in the industrial world, so they don't interfere with you when you're running the world, you have to keep at them from infancy, and you have to do it here too. And it is indeed a major industry. The government is part of it. The media go along or participate in it, and it has effects.
Well, how does one recognize propaganda, and what would be some techniques in terms of resisting it?
There's no techniques, just ordinary common sense. I mean, if you hear that Iraq is a threat to our existence, but Kuwait doesn't seem to regard it as a threat to its existence, and nobody else in the world does, any sane person will begin to ask, okay, where's the evidence? And as soon as you ask, where's the evidence, it collapses instantly. But you have to be willing to develop an attitude of critical examination of whatever is presented to you, and anything. I mean, this should be ordinary sanity. Of course, the whole educational system and the whole media system a lot of it is sort of driven by the demand to drive that out of your mind. So you're taught to be a passive, obedient follower. And unless you can break out of those habits, you're a victim of propaganda. But it's not that hard to break out. I mean, the same right through the 80s. In 1985, Reagan declared a national emergency in the United States because of the threat to the security of the United States posed by the government of Nicaragua, which was 2 days from Harlingen, Texas, was planning to take over the hemisphere. Take a look at that national emergency declaration of 1985, which was renewed annually as a way of building up support for the U.S. war in Nicaragua. It's almost the same wording as the congressional declaration of October 2002. Almost the same. Just replace Nicaragua by Iraq. Well, how much critical intelligence does it take to determine how much of a threat Nicaragua is to the existence of the United States? I mean, again, people outside just look at this in wonder and don't understand it. Right through the 1980s, the tourist industry in Europe collapsed every few years because Americans were so frightened by one of these spikes that you mentioned that they were afraid to go to Europe because they thought if you go to Europe there'll be some Arab there who's going to try to kill you. Now, Europeans don't know what to make of this. I mean, how can a country be so frightened of something that is completely non-existent that they're afraid to travel to Europe?
That's happening again right now.
Yeah, it's happening again. But if you ask how do you break out of this, well, just use your ordinary intelligence. There's no special techniques. Just, be willing to examine what's presented to you with ordinary, common sense, skeptical intelligence. Read what's presented to you the same way you'd read Iraqi propaganda. Do you have to have techniques for deciding that the Minister of Information in Iraq isn't to be trusted? Well, look at yourself the same way. If you're willing to look into the mirror, that's the major achievement that has to be made, is be willing to look into the mirror. If you're willing to apply to yourself the same standards you apply to others, you've won. From then on, it's easy.
One of the new lexical constructions which I'd like you to comment on is embedded journalists.
That's an interesting one. I mean, it's interesting that journalists are willing to accept it. I mean, no honest journalist would be willing to describe himself or herself as embedded. To say I'm an embedded journalist is to say I'm a government propagandist. But it's accepted. It helps implant the conception that anything we do is right and just. So therefore, if you're embedded in an American unit, you're objective. Actually, the same thing showed up in some ways even more dramatically in the Peter Arnett case. I mean, Peter Arnett is an experienced, respected journalist with a lot of achievements to his credit. He's hated here precisely for that reason. Same reason Robert Fisk is hated.
Fisk being British. Arnett originally from New Zealand.
Fisk is by far the most experienced and respected Middle East journalist. He's been there forever. He's done excellent work. He knows the region. He's a terrific reporter. He's despised here. You barely ever see a word of his. If he's mentioned, he's denounced somehow. The reason is he's just too independent. He won't be an embedded journalist. Peter Arnett is condemned because he gave an interview on Iraqi television. Is anybody condemned for giving an interview on U.S. television? No, that's wonderful. If somebody is looking at this from the outside, so imagine some Martian who has the concept of independent journalism. Well, giving an interview on U.S. television is the same as giving one on Iraqi television. In fact, it's worse. It's not a symmetrical situation. The U.S. is invading Iraq. It's as open and active aggression as there's been in modern history. It's not even concealed. It's just an open, active aggression, a major war crime. That's the major crime for which the Nazis were hanged at Nuremberg, the active aggression. Everything else was secondary. Here's a clear and open example of it. No pretense of anything else. I mean, it's a pretense, but there's always a pretense. The pretenses are no more convincing than Hitler's. Actually, to claim that there's symmetry is already wrong, but let's put that aside. From an outside point of view, and from an independent journalist giving an interview over the television of the invading forces and giving an interview over the television of the invaded country, it shouldn't be any different. Here it's described as treachery. He's abandoned his journalistic integrity and so on and so on. Well, what that demonstrates about U.S. journalism is astonishing. Actually, there's an article this week by one of the best American journalists, who's therefore one of the least used, Charles Glass, who's a Middle East correspondent with tremendous experience. He's now ABC correspondent in Iraq, except they almost never use him. He has an article in London, in the London Review, in which he points out that he says the United States must be the only country in the world where someone could be called a terrorist for defending his own country from attack. I mean, he's sitting there in Iraq and he's watching this with wonder. And in fact, anybody who's a little bit displaced from the United States and its system of indoctrination has to observe this with wonder.
The attack on Afghanistan in October of 2001 generated a couple of these interesting terms, and you've commented on them. One was the very operation itself, enduring freedom, and the other is unlawful combatant. It's truly an innovation in international jurisprudence.
It's an innovation since the post-war period. After the Second World War, there was a relatively new framework of international law established, including the Geneva Conventions, and they do not permit any such concept as enemy combatant in the way it's used here. You can have prisoners of war, but there's no new category. I mean, actually, it's an old category, pre-World War II, when you were allowed to do just about anything. But under the Geneva Conventions, which were established to criminalize formally the crimes of the Nazis, this was changed. So prisoners of war are supposed to have special status and so on and so forth. The Bush administration is, with the cooperation of the media and the courts, is going back to the pre-World War II period when there was no serious framework of international law dealing with crimes against humanity and crimes of war, and is declaring the right not only to carry out aggressive war, but to classify people at bombs and captures as some new category who are entitled to no rights. In fact, they've gone well beyond that. The administration has now claimed the right to take people here, including American citizens, to place them in confinement indefinitely, without access to families and lawyers, and to keep them there with no charges until the president decides that the war against terror, or whatever he wants to call it, is over. I mean, that's unheard of. And it's been to some extent accepted by the courts. And they're, in fact, going beyond the new, what's sometimes called Patriot II Act, which is so far not ratified, but it was leaked. It's inside the Justice Department, but it was leaked. And by now there's a couple articles by law professors and others about it in the press. It's astonishing. They're claiming the right to remove citizenship, fundamental right. If the Attorney General infers, doesn't have to have any evidence, he just infers that the person is involved somehow in actions that might be harmful to the United States. I mean, you have to go back to totalitarian states to find anything like this. Enemy combatant is one. The treatment of people and the idea of treating what's going on in Guantanamo is a gross violation of the most elementary principles of international humanitarian law since World War II. That is, since these crimes were formally criminalized in reaction to the Nazis. You look back at, say, Winston Churchill, right in the middle of the war. He condemned the use of executive power to imprison people without charge as the most odious of crimes found only in Nazi and communist societies. Well, there's a bust of him looking at George Bush every day, but they might pay attention to his words, and Britain was in a little rather desperate straits at the time, not like the United States.
What do you make of British Prime Minister Tony Blair being quoted on Nightline on March 31st saying, "This is not an invasion, the attack on Iraq"?
Well, Tony Blair is a good propaganda agent for the United States. He's articulate, sentences fall together. Apparently people like the way he looks. He's following a position that Britain has taken self-consciously since the end of the Second World War. During the Second World War, Britain recognized, we have plenty of internal documents about it, they recognized what was obvious. Britain had been the world dominant power, and it was not going to be after the Second World War. The U.S. was going to be. And Britain had to make a choice. Is it going to be just another country, or is it going to be what they called a junior partner of the United States? Well, it accepted the role of junior partner, and that's what it's been since then. I mean, Britain has been kicked in the face over and over again in the most disgraceful way, and they sit there quietly and take it and say, okay, we'll be the junior partner. We will bring to what's called the coalition our experience of centuries of brutalizing and murdering foreign people. We're good at that. We've got centuries of experience in what Lloyd George called bombing the niggers. We know how to bomb the niggers. We got centuries of experience in it. We're going to contribute that to the coalition. We'll be the junior partner. We'll get a couple of, some privileges out of it, and that's the British role.
Often at the talks you give, there's a constant question that's always asked, and that is, what should I do? This is what you hear in American audiences.
You're right, it's American audiences. You never hear it in the third world.
Why not?
Because when you go to Turkey or Colombia or Brazil or somewhere else, they don't ask you, what should I do? They tell you what they're doing. Like you go to a landless worker. When I went to Porto Alegre, the first thing I went to was a campesino meeting.
Via Campesina.
Via Campesina at the landless workers' farm. They don't ask me what they should do. They were describing what they were doing. These are poor, oppressed people living under horrendous conditions. They'd never dream of asking you what to do. They do it. It's only in highly privileged cultures that people ask, what should I do? We have every option open to us. None of the problems that are faced by people in, intellectuals in Turkey or campesinos in Brazil or anything like this. We can do anything. But what people here are trained to believe is we have to have something we can do that'll be easy, that will work very fast, and then we can go back to our ordinary lives. And it doesn't work that way. You want to do something, you're going to have to be dedicated, committed, at it day after day. You know exactly what it is. It's educational programs, it's organizing, it's activism. That's the way things change. You want something that's going to be a magic key that'll enable you to go back to watching television tomorrow. It's not there. And it's true, this question is constantly asked in highly privileged sectors, nowhere else.
You were an active and early dissident in the 1960s opposing U.S. intervention in Indochina. You have now this perspective of what was going on then and what is going on now. Could you kind of tell listeners how dissent has evolved in the United States?
It's kind of interesting. Actually, there's another article in the New York Times this morning, which gives an interesting perspective about it. It's describing how the professors are anti-war activists, but the students aren't. Not like it used to be when the students were anti-war activists. That's an interesting conception of the past. What the reporter is talking about is that around 1970, and it's true, by 1970, students were active anti-war protesters. But that's after 8 years of a U.S. war against South Vietnam, which had by then extended to all of Indochina, which had practically wiped the place out. In the early years of the war, it was announced in 1962, U.S. planes are bombing South Vietnam. Napalm was authorized, chemical warfare to destroy food crops, programs to drive millions of people into strategic hamlets, which are essentially concentration camps, all public, no protest, impossible to get anybody to talk about it. For years, even in a place like Boston, a liberal city, you couldn't have public meetings against the war because they would be broken up by students with the support of the media. You have to have hundreds of state police around to allow the speakers like me to escape unscathed. The protest came after years and years of war. By then, hundreds of thousands of people have been killed. The country's been wiped out. Then you started getting protests. But all of that is wiped out of history because it tells too much of the truth. It involved years and years of hard work of plenty of people, mostly young, which finally ended up getting a protest movement. Now it's far beyond that. But the New York Times reporter can't understand that. I'm sure the reporter is being very honest. The reporter is saying exactly what I think she was taught, that there was a huge anti-war movement and so on and so forth, because the actual history has to be wiped out of people's consciousness. You cannot learn that dedicated, committed effort can bring about significant changes of consciousness and understanding. That's a very dangerous thought to allow people to have, and therefore it's wiped out of history. And what you know about the tail end after it was all done, and you say, well, how come it's not like that now, after 8 years of war?
Cambridge, Massachusetts, September 11th, 2003.
Let's talk about regime change, which is a new term in the lexicon, kind of like a change of address. It sounds somewhat innocuous. It certainly sounds a lot better than invasion, overthrow, and occupation. The U.S. is an old hand at regime change, and we're in a year that marks a couple of anniversaries. I'm particularly thinking of regime change in Iran. 50 years ago, August 1953, Operation Ajax, carried out by a CIA agent who was incidentally Teddy Roosevelt's grandson, overthrowing the conservative parliamentary democracy led by Mohammad Mossadegh, and restored the Shah to the peacock throne, where he ruled for the next 25 years. What does that regime change tell you about U.S. policy and what it is doing today in Iraq?
Well, that was back in 1953. The issue was that the conservative nationalist parliamentary government was attempting to take over its own oil resources. These were had been under the control of a British company called originally Anglo-Persian, Anglo-Iranian, which had entered into contracts with the rulers of Iran, which were just pure extortion and robbery. I mean, the Iranians got nothing, and the British were laughing all the way to the bank. Mossadegh, who had a long history as a critic of this subordination to imperial policy, did finally manage to... The popular outbursts compelled the Shah to appoint him as prime minister, and he moved to nationalize the industry, which makes perfect sense. The British went completely berserk. They refused to make any compromises. They wouldn't even come near what the American oil companies had just agreed with in Saudi Arabia. They wanted to continue just robbing the Iranians blind, and that led to tremendous popular uprising. Iran has a democratic tradition. It had a majlis of parliament which went back and had always been suppressed but was always in the background. And the Shah couldn't suppress it. The army tried and couldn't. Finally, a joint British-American coup they're both involved, did succeed in organizing an overthrow of the regime, restored the Shah to power, and then comes 25 years of terror, atrocities, of violence, finally leading to the revolution in 1979, the overthrow of the Shah. But that's incidentally, one outcome of the coup was that the United States took over from Britain about 40% of the share in Iranian oil. It had been 100% British. That wasn't actually the goal of the effort. It's just in the normal course of events. But it was part of the general displacement of British power by U.S. power in that region, and in fact throughout the world, just the sort of normal reflection of distribution of power elsewhere. The New York Times had a nice editorial about it in which I wish I could quote the exact words, but it was something like this. They said that they praised the coup. They said this should be a lesson to underdeveloped nations with rich resources that go berserk with radical nationalism. And it should teach other Mossadeghs elsewhere in the world that they should be careful before trying to do something like going berserk and gaining control of their own resources, which of course are ours, not theirs. But your point is quite correct. Regime change is normal policy. If you go back to the Kennedy and Johnson administrations, a period of real frenzy about regime change, which almost led to nuclear war, the reason internally, the reason given by U.S. intelligence for regime change, overthrowing the Castro regime, was that the very existence of the Castro regime is successful defiance of a policy of the United States of 150 years, meaning back to the Monroe Doctrine. The policy of the United States is that we are the masters of the hemisphere, and the very existence of the Castro regime is successful defiance of this. So of course we have to overthrow it by a campaign of large-scale terror and economic warfare. What's interesting about this particular remark is that it's shortly after that terrorist campaign, which was quite serious, aimed at regime change, almost led the world to a terminal nuclear war. It was a very close thing.
After World War I, the British occupied Iraq, and it faced, as one report says, anti-imperialist agitation from the start. And shaken by the revolt, the British felt it wise to put up a facade. And in the words of Lord Curzon, the Foreign Secretary, he said, Britain wanted, quote, an Arab facade ruled and administered under British guidance and controlled by a native Mohammedan, and as far as possible by an Arab staff. Just jump fast forward today to Iraq with the appointment of a 25-person ruling council appointed by the American viceroy there, Paul Bremer.
Yeah, actually that's Lord Curzon was very honest in those days. It was an Arab facade, and then they went on, behind which Britain would rule behind a veil of constitutional fictions like buffer state and various other terms, but it would basically be an Arab facade. And that's the way Britain ran the whole region, in fact, the whole empire. The idea is to have independent states, but always weak governments, which rely on the imperial power for their survival, and they can rip off the population if they like. That's fine, but they have to be a facade which behind which the real power rules. That's standard imperialism. Lord Curzon was simply being a little more honest than most. You can find plenty of examples. Paul Bremer's is one. There was a wonderful organization chart published in the New York Times. I think it might have been like May 7th or approximately then, just after Bremer was appointed. Unfortunately, it's not in the archived edition, so you have to look back at the hard copy. But it had a chart with, I think, 17 boxes or 16 boxes, something like that. That's a standard organization chart, somebody at the top and lines going down. At the top is Paul Bremer answering to the Pentagon. And then you go down various lines, and you get to various generals and diplomats, all either U.S. or British. And each one of them has the name, the responsibility in boldface, in a big box, the responsibility of the office. Then you get down to the bottom, and there's a 17th box, or at the bottom, half the size of the others, no bald face, no indication of responsibility, and this says Iraqi advisors. That's the facade. Since then, it was a mistake to publish it, I suppose. That's why they didn't archive it. But that expresses the thinking, and Lord Curzon would have felt it quite normal. It's not clear that they can handle it, because I should say, to my amazement, the occupation is not succeeding. I mean, it takes real talent to fail in this. For one thing, military occupations almost always work. Like the Nazis in occupied Europe had very little trouble running the countries with collaborators. I mean, every country had plenty of collaborators who ran the place as a facade and kept order and kept the population down, and that's at the extreme level of brutality in history. Furthermore, they were under attack from the outside, and the resistance was being directed and supported from abroad, just like the Nazis claimed. Terrorists supported from abroad, directed from London. Nevertheless, if it hadn't been for the fact that they were crushed by overwhelming outside force, they wouldn't have any trouble running occupied Europe. I mean, the Russians had very little problem running Eastern Europe through facades. And again, that's another very brutal regime. And in fact, if you look through history, it usually works. I mean, the cases where there's an uprising against imperial rule are pretty rare. I mean, something happens, but not the norm. Furthermore, this is an unusually easy case. I mean, here's a country which has been devastated by a decade of murderous sanctions, which killed hundreds of thousands of people and left the whole place in tatters, held together with Scotch tape. It's after wars that devastated it, run by a brutal tyrant. I mean, it's hard not to do better than that. I mean, the idea that you can't get a military occupation to run and of course no support from outside for the resistance. None. No. I mean, it's just, I think it's almost unimaginable. I imagine if we got a couple of people on this floor together, probably figure out how to get the electricity running. So it is an astonishing failure, and certainly surprises me. But I think their original planning, as illustrated in that organization chart, amazingly doesn't look like it's going to work. Which is why you get all this backtracking about trying to get the UN to come in and pick up some of the costs and so on, and the domestic opposition, etc. It's a big surprise to me. I thought this would be a walkover.
Let's talk about another aspect of British imperialism, since that is our focus today, is on imperialism. In the title essay of Towards a New Cold War, which is being reissued by the New Press, you were writing about Jawaharlal Nehru, one of the leaders of the opposition to British rule in India. And he observed, in your writing, that the ideology of British rule in India, quoting Nehru, was that of the Heron folk and the master race, unquote, and an idea that is, quote, inherent in imperialism, and was proclaimed in unambiguous language by those in authority and put into practice as Indians as individuals were subjected to insult, humiliating, and contemptuous treatment, unquote, of Nehru. Could you talk about that racism as being, quote, inherent in imperialism?
It's worth remembering that Nehru was pretty much an Anglophile. And I believe, if I remember, that he was writing that from a British jail during the Second World War. But yes, even the elite, he was from the elite Indian upper classes, and quite British in manner and style and so on. The humiliation and degradation is one of the hardest things to bear, and it's almost invariable. I mean, it's hard to think of cases where you don't find it. He's right. It's inherent in imperial rule. And I think you can understand the psychology. I mean, when you got your boot on somebody's neck, you can't just say, I'm doing this because I'm a brute. You have to say, I'm doing it because they deserve it. It's for their good. And that's why I got they're naughty children, as U.S. leaders described Latin Americans. They're naughty children who have to be disciplined. Filipinos were described in the same way, and therefore you don't feel that you're humiliating a child if you don't let it, eat poison or something. But that's inherent in the relation of domination. Unless you have unusual sensitivity, and ruling powers don't have that. They're run by people like Rumsfeld, not by your friendly aunt. So his comment is quite accurate, and it's very consistent. It's hard to think of an exception to that. It's exactly what's been going on in the occupied territories for years. I mean, one of the worst parts of the occupation has been the constant humiliation and degradation at every moment. Same in India.
Now, racism is inherent then in hegemony and imperial domination. What about the drive for resources?
Well, that's ordinarily, very consistently a factor in domination. It's not always the only factor. So, for example, the British desire to control Palestine wasn't because of Palestine's resources. It was because of its geostrategic position and so on. So there are lots of factors that enter into seeking domination and control, but the resources are almost very commonly there. Take, say, the U.S. takeover of Texas and around half of Mexico about 150 years ago. That's usually not called a resource war, but if you think about it, it was. You take a look back at the Jacksonian Democrats, Polk and presidents of that time and other people, what they were trying to do was exactly what Saddam Hussein was accused of trying to do in 1990, except they were openly trying to do it. They were trying to get a monopoly over the world's major resource, which in those days was cotton. Cotton is what fueled the Industrial Revolution, just the way oil fuels the contemporary industrial world. And the U.S. had a lot of cotton, but not everything. And one of the goals in taking over Texas, and particularly Texas, but also the rest, was to ensure that the U.S. could gain a monopoly of cotton and bring the British to our feet, because we would control the resource on which they survive. They're the leading industrial power, and the United States is then a minor industrial power, but it had this enormous resource which the British need. So if we could control it, we'd bring them to their knees. And remember, Britain was the great enemy at the time. That was the powerful force that was preventing the United States from expanding north to Canada and south to Cuba and so on. It was a resource war in a deep sense, though there were other factors too. And it's not unusual to find that. There are other motives. Say, Israeli takeover of the West Bank is partially for the water resources which are needed, but goes way beyond that.
Paul Wolfowitz, who's the Deputy Defense Secretary and has been described as one of the main architects of the attack on Iraq, was in Singapore last June, and in response to an audience question asking why the United States went after Iraq instead of the truly dangerous North Korea, Wolfowitz said, and I'm quoting, "Let's look at it simply. The most important difference between North Korea and Iraq is that economically we just had no choice in Iraq. The country swims on a sea of oil," unquote.
Yeah, that's part of it. The other part is that, which he knows very well, is that Iraq was completely defenseless, whereas North Korea had a deterrent. The deterrent is not nuclear weapons. The deterrent is massed artillery at the DMZ, the demilitarized zone, aimed at Seoul, the capital of South Korea, and had maybe tens of thousands of American troops right south of the border. And unless the Pentagon can figure out some way of taking out that artillery with precision-guided weapons or something, North Korea has a deterrent, and Iraq had nothing. They knew perfectly well that Iraq was. They knew probably every pocket knife that was in every square inch of Iraq by that time. It was completely destroyed. So that's the second factor. But the first factor is right. On the other hand, North Korea also has geostrategic significance, which is not unimportant the way the world's shaping up now. It's not so much North Korea itself as its position within Northeast Asia. The Northeast Asian region is the most dynamic economic region in the world. It includes two major industrial societies, Japan and South Korea, and China is increasingly becoming an industrial society, has enormous resources. Siberia has all kind of resources, including oil. It's got, I think, about close to a third of world gross domestic product, way more than the United States. It has half the foreign exchange of the world, has enormous financial resources, and it's growing very fast, much faster than any other region, including the United States. Its trade is increasing internally, and it's connecting to the Southeast Asian countries, sometimes called ASEAN plus 3, Southeast Asian countries plus China, Japan, and South Korea, and then with the resource areas of Siberia. Well, if you take a look at the geography, pipelines are being built from the resource centers to the industrial centers. Some of them would go naturally right to South Korea, but that means through North Korea. So pipelines through North Korea. If this Trans-Siberian Railway is extended, as is surely planned, it would go probably the same route through North Korea to South Korea. So North Korea happens to be in a fairly strategic position with regard to this integrated area. Well, the U.S. is not particularly happy about Northeast Asian economic integration, just as it's always been very ambivalent about Europe. There's always been a concern that Europe might go off on an independent course. It might be what used to be called a third force, could go off on its own. And quite a lot of policy planning from the Second World War until the present reflects that concern. Actually, it was expressed with his usual crudity by Henry Kissinger very well. 30 years ago, 1973, was called the Year of Europe. Europe was finally reconstituting. And Kissinger gave an important address, which is called the Year of Europe address, in which the main theme was that unification, everything is wonderful, but Europe shouldn't get too big for its britches. It should recognize that it has only regional responsibilities within the overall framework of order managed by the United States. And a lot of policy has been designed to prevent Europe from moving off on its own. It's a lot of the purpose of NATO, in fact. Same issues are arising for Northeast Asia. So the world really has three major economic centers: North America, Northeast Asia, Europe. And there's, in one dimension, the military dimension, the United States is in a class by itself, but not in others.
You mentioned one national security advisor. Another was Brzezinski, Carter's national security advisor, and today a frequent talk show pundit. He's on all of the TV shows. He contends that the main task facing the managers of American empire is to, quote, to prevent collusion and maintain dependence among the vassals, keep tributaries pliant and protected, and to keep the barbarians from coming together, unquote.
That's pretty frank. Lord Curzon would have been pleased. Yeah, that's basically correct. That's a cruder version of what Kissinger said. Take back my insult. And that's, it's called international relations theory. That's called realism. You prevent groupings of powers from getting together to oppose a hegemonic power. That's part of the reason why conservative international relations specialists were deeply concerned and highly critical of U.S. policy, even during the Clinton years. There were people like Samuel Huntington and Robert Jervis. He was then head of the chair of the American Political Science Association. Other well-known so-called realist scholars were warning that U.S. policies are creating a situation in which much of the world will regard the United States as what they called a rogue state, and will a threat to their existence, and will form coalitions against it. This is in the Clinton years. This is not Bush. That's before the national security strategy.
Joseph Schumpeter, who was an Austrian economist, wrote an essay in 1919 called The Sociology of Imperialisms. And he wrote, There's no corner of the world where some interest was not alleged to be in danger or under actual attack. If the interests were not Roman, they were of Rome's allies. And if Rome had no allies, then allies would be invented. When it was utterly impossible to contrive such an interest, why then it was the national honor that was insulted. The fight was always invested with an aura of legality. Rome was always being attacked by evil-minded neighbors. The whole world was pervaded by a host of enemies, and it was manifestly Rome's duty to guard against their indubitably aggressive designs. So if one were to land like your fictive journalist from Mars on the United States today, or view the United States today, and insert the U.S. in this Schumpeter essay, every time he says Rome, insert the U.S., might you be coming close to some understanding of what's going on?
That's one reason why that quote's been reprinted. Actually, I just reprinted it too, but the Monthly Review did reprint that quote in a fairly recent issue. I think it must have been an editorial referring to the national security strategy, precisely because it is so apposite. You just change the words, and it's quite right. I mean, one of the standard arguments for going to war these days is to maintain credibility. So there's cases where resources aren't at stake; it's credibility that's at stake. So take, say, the bombing of Serbia in 1999. This is Clinton again. What was the point of that? I mean, the standard line is it was to prevent ethnic cleansing, but to hold that, you just have to invert the chronology. I mean, uncontroversially, the ethnic cleansing followed the bombing, and furthermore, it was the anticipated consequence of it. So that can't have been the reason. What was the reason? Well, in fact, if you look carefully, Clinton and Blair said at the time, and it's now conceded by many in retrospect, that it was to maintain credibility. To make it clear who's the boss. Serbia was defying the orders of the boss, and you don't do that. And it was, again, defenseless, so you don't lose anything, and you can make up a humanitarian case if you like. You always can. So that's the reason, maintain credibility. And there are plenty of other cases like this. In fact, it's very common, and it should be familiar to anyone who watches television programs about the mafia. I mean, a very large part of the structure of the mafia is Don has to make sure that people understand that he's the boss. You don't cross him. It's not. I mean, you may send out your goons to beat somebody to pulp, not because you want his resources, but because he's standing up to you. That's back to Cuba again. It was Castro's successful defiance of the United States, which made it necessary to carry out terrorist actions aimed at regime change. You don't defy the master. And everyone else has to understand that. If the rumor is spread around that you can get away with defying the master, you're in trouble.
You've carefully examined declassified State Department documents over the years, and I was wondering if you could talk about whether you see any persistent themes and patterns. And let me just read one that you've cited on a number of occasions, State Department Policy Planning Study 23, issued in 1948. George Kennan apparently wrote it. And he says, the U.S. has about 50% of the world's wealth, but only 6.3% of its population. In this situation, we cannot fail to be the object of envy and resentment. Our real task in the coming period is to devise a pattern of relationships which will permit us to maintain this position of disparity without positive detriment to our national security.
Yeah, that's a rather frank statement, and it's an interesting document because that whole document, if you look at it, was from the State Department planning staff, which Kennan headed, and it kind of laid out plans, ideas about how various parts of the world should fit into this general strategy. This particular comment happened to be specifically about Asia, but it's general, and it's not unlike Schumpeter or British imperialism or anything else. Yeah, that's almost, well, to quote Nehru again, it's just inherent in domination. Kennan was to be respected for having said it publicly. It's too bad that he kept it secret, instead of telling people. He was at the soft humanist end of the planning sector. In fact, was thrown out a couple of years later because he was considered not harsh enough, replaced by Paul Nitze as much tougher.
A few years before Kennan's document, the U.S. developed something called the Grand Area Strategy. What was that about?
This is quite interesting. There's actually only one good book about this by Larry Shoup and William Minter called Imperial Brain Trust. It's not an official government policy. These are programs run by the Council on Foreign Relations with participation of the State Department from 1939 to 1945, and it's planning the post-war world. This begins when the Second World War begins and then goes on. And they're quite interesting. One reason they're interesting is because the policies that were actually carried out are very similar to those they discussed. Not surprisingly, it's many of the same people in charge and the same interests represented. But it's a book well worth reading. It's been bitterly attacked, naturally, which is a pretty good sign that it's worth reading. And no reviews and that sort of thing. It's kept secret. There's very little scholarship on this. Theirs is the only one, but it's really important material. It's obvious from it. Just taking a look at who was doing it. It actually reads rather like the national security strategy. Some recent publications compared the statements, the 2002 strategy
of the Bush administration.
And this is kind of Roosevelt liberals, remember. We're kind of like the opposite end of the planning spectrum. It says the United States will have to emerge from the war as the world dominant power, and will have to make sure that there is no challenge to its dominance anywhere, ever. And it'll have to do this by a program of complete rearmament, which will leave the United States in a position of overwhelming strength in the world. It goes on like that. In the early stages of the war, they were planning for the grand area that you mentioned. It was supposed to be the non-German world. They assumed in the early stages that Nazi Germany would partially win the war, at least. It would control most of Europe. So there would be a German world. And then the question is, well, what about the non-German world? And they said, well, that has to be turned into what they called a grand area run by the United States, which will, and then they went through a geostrategic analysis, what resources do we need, and so on and so forth. The grand area would include, at a minimum, the entire Western Hemisphere, the Far East, and the former British Empire, the maximum, everything. That's the early stage of the war. As it became clear by 1943, roughly, that Germany was going to be defeated, mainly by the Russians, but probably would be defeated. It wasn't certain, but looked more likely. They began extending the policies beyond to try to hold on to as much of Eurasia as possible, assuming there wouldn't be a German world. And those policies are later extend into things like the policy planning carried out in the early post-war period, and in many respects right till today. These are pretty natural and sensible plans of analysts who are thinking in terms of world domination for the interests that they represent. Of course, they will say, and probably believe, that they're just laboring for the benefit of the ordinary person, but the Romans that Schumpeter's talking about would have said the same thing and also believed it.
William Appleman Williams, who was a historian, wrote a book called Empire as a Way of Life, and he writes very simply. Now let's talk about America and how we benefit from empire, if we can use that collective pronoun there. He writes very simply, Americans of the 20th century liked empire for the same reasons their ancestors had favored it in the 18th and 19th century. It provided them with renewable opportunities, wealth, and other benefits and satisfactions, including a psychological sense of well-being and power. What do you think of Williams's analysis?
I think he's correct about the United States, but remember, the United States was not a normal empire in the European style, so it wasn't like the British Empire. The United States, why are we here? The English colonists who came to the United States didn't do what they did in India, they didn't create a facade of the native population behind which they would rule. They wiped out the native population. That's rather different. So the indigenous population of what's now the United States was, well, the word that the founding fathers used was exterminated. I mean, not totally, but that was what was considered the right thing to do. They replaced them and became a kind of like, it's a settler state, not an imperial state. And the expansion over the national territory was that way all along, including the taking over of large parts of Mexico. They wanted, back in the 1820s, one of the earliest issues in U.S. foreign policy was Cuba. It was assumed in the 1820s by Thomas Jefferson and John Quincy Adams and others that that's the next step in expansion. But the British were in the way. The British fleet was much too powerful, and they couldn't take Cuba at the time. John Quincy Adams made a famous statement, I think he was Secretary of State at the time, which he said that we should back off and Cuba will fall into our hands like a ripe fruit, meaning that sooner or later we'll become more powerful, the British will become weaker, the deterrent will be gone, and we'll be able to pluck the ripe fruit, which happened in 1898 under the guise of liberation. But every extension up until the Second World War was not establishing traditional colonies. I mean, Hawaii was taken over from its own population at the same time, 1898, stolen by force and guile. But then the native population was pretty much replaced. They weren't colonized. Not totally, they're still there, but it became essentially taken over rather than colonized. The Philippines was different. The Philippines was more like a colony. So Williams's comments are correct, but I think they refer to a different sort of imperial system. If you look at the traditional empires, say the British Empire, it's not so clear that the population of Britain gained from it. I mean, there have been, it's a really very difficult topic to study, kind of cost-benefit analysis of empire. But there have been a couple of attempts to study it. And for what they're worth, the general range of conclusions is that the costs and the benefits probably pretty much balanced out. That is, if you take if you consider empires are costly, like running Iraq is not cheap. Somebody's paying the corporations that destroyed Iraq and the corporations who were rebuilding it. They're getting paid by the American taxpayer in both cases. So we pay them to destroy the country, and then we pay them to rebuild it. Well, those are gifts from the U.S. taxpayer to U.S. corporations. I mean, indirectly, happen to affect Iraq.
No, I don't understand. You mean, how do corporations like Halliburton and Bechtel...
Who's paying Halliburton? Mm-hmm. You and I are. I mean, they're paid by U.S. taxpayers.
But how did they contribute to the destruction of Iraq?
The military system that bombed Iraq destroyed it. No, well, who paid for them? Same taxpayers. So first you destroy them, then you rebuild them, and it's a transfer of wealth from the general population to narrow sectors of the population. In fact, even if you look at the famous Marshall Plan, it's pretty much what it was. It's talked about as an act of unimaginable benevolence and so on. But whose benevolence? I mean, it's the benevolence of the American taxpayer. Of the $13 billion of Marshall Plan aid, about $2 billion went right to the U.S. oil companies. That's part of the effort to shift Europe from a coal-based to an oil-based economy, in part so that it would be more dependent on the United States. It had plenty of coal, didn't have oil. So there's $2 billion of the 13. You look at the rest of it, very little of that money left the United States. It goes from one pocket to another. In fact, if you look more closely, the Marshall Plan aid to France just about covered the costs of the French effort to reconquer Indochina. So the U.S. taxpayer wasn't rebuilding France. They were paying the French to buy American weapons to crush the Indochinese. Partially the same was true about that Marshall Plan aid to Holland in the early stage and Indonesia. So these, you really take a look at some complex flow of aid and benefits. But going back to the British Empire, the studies of it have suggested that the costs to the British people may have been about on a par with the benefits that the British people got from it. However, it's a transfer internally to the guys who were running the East India Company, fantastic wealth, to the British sailors who were, dying out in the wilderness somewhere, not a serious cost. So it's part of class war internally to a large extent. To a large extent, that's the way empires work. There's a big element of it is internal class war.
Well, it may be somewhat easy to measure the cost in lives, number of soldiers killed and how much money spent. How does one measure or even talk about moral degradation?
You can't give measures to that, but it's very real and very significant. That's part of the reason why imperial systems, or any system of domination, even a patriarchal family, anything, always has a cover of benevolence. We're back to the racism again. Why do you have to present yourself as somehow doing it for the benefit of the people you're crushing? Well, otherwise you have to face the moral degradation. And one of the ways of covering for it is to say, well, I'm really, an altruist working for the benefit of all. Again, the typical, Hollywood joke, taken seriously, I suppose, about the corporate executive who's laboring day and night for the benefit of the ordinary person, and that kind of thing. Or almost, if we're honest about it, human relations are often like that. And imperial systems almost always. It's hard to find an imperial system where the intellectual class didn't laud its benevolence. That's normal. Even the worst monsters. I mean, when Hitler was taking over, dismembering Czechoslovakia, it was done with wonderful rhetoric about bringing peace to the ethnic groups who were in conflict, and making sure that they could all live happily together, under German supervision, and which was benign, and so on and so forth. You really have to labor to find an exception to that. And of course it's true in the United States.
Mark Twain is known for writing Tom Sawyer and Huck Finn, but he was a staunch opponent of U.S. wars of aggression a century ago. He was involved in something called the Anti-Imperialist League. Look at what he wrote in The Mysterious Stranger. Next, the statesman will invent cheap lies, putting the blame on the nation that is attacked, and every man will be glad of those conscience-soothing falsities, and will diligently study them, and refuse to examine any refutations of them, and thus he will by and by convince himself that the war is just, and will thank God for the better sleep he enjoys after this process of grotesque self-deception. Direct quote from Mark Twain. Why is that aspect of Mark Twain almost totally occluded?
Well, that's an interesting story. For the last years of his life, one of his main activities was vigorous involvement and opposition to the Philippine War and the Anti-Imperialist League and so on. And he has wonderful essays, anti-imperialist essays, but you don't find reference to them. Actually, I think the first publication of them, they did appear here and there, but the first general publication of them was in a book by Jim Zwick about 10 years ago. University Press published a collection of Mark Twain's anti-imperialist essays. And if my memory is correct, the introduction by Zwick says that the standard biographies don't include this material, although it wasn't secret, Why? Well, I think the question answers itself. You don't want people to explode the aura of benevolence in which we clothe ourselves.
Well, traditionally, if you use the word imperialism and attach the adjective American in front of it, you were immediately dismissed as some member of some far left fringe. That has undergone a bit of a transformation in the last few years. Let's just take Michael Ignatieff for one. He is son of a Canadian diplomat, now at the Kennedy School of Government at Harvard, where he is a professor of human rights policy and director of the Carr Center. Ignatieff seems to be a particular favorite of the New York Times. In the Sunday Times magazine of September 7, 2003, "Why Are We in Iraq?" is the the title of his article. He writes, "New rules of intervention proposed by the U.S. and abided by it would end the canard that the U.S., not its enemy, is the rogue state." What is Ignatieff getting at here, that this is a canard, that the U.S. is a rogue state?
If we define rogue state in terms of any kind of principles like violation of international law or aggression or atrocities or human rights violations and so on, well, the U.S. qualifies rather well, as you would expect of the most powerful state in the world. Just as Britain did, just as France did, just as, and every one of them wrote the same kind of garbage that you're quoting from Ignatieff. So France was carrying out a civilizing mission when the Minister of War was saying that they're going to have to exterminate the natives in Algeria, which they proceeded to try to do, and on, even the Nazis. You go to the absolute depths, and you'll find the same sentiments expressed. When the Japanese fascists were conquering China and carrying out huge atrocities, the rhetoric, like the Nanking Massacre and stuff, the rhetoric behind it was just, brings tears to your eyes. They were creating an earthly paradise in which the peoples of Asia would work together, and Japan would sacrifice itself for their benefit so that they would all have peace and prosperity, and Japan would protect them from the communist bandits while they go and move on to the earthly paradise and so on. Again, I'm a little surprised that some editor at the Times or dean at Harvard or something doesn't see that it's a little odd to just be repeating what has been said over and over again by the worst monsters. Why is it different now? Notice that, incidentally, one of the great advantages of being a respectable intellectual is you never need any evidence for anything you say. So you go through those articles and try to find some evidence to support the conclusions. I mean, it's not that it's not there, it's just that it would be ridiculous to put it in. I mean, it's as if you wrote that 2 and 2 is 4, and then somebody said, "Where's your evidence?" I mean, in order to make it to the peak of respectability, you have to understand that it's faintly absurd even to ask for evidence of praise of those with power. I mean, it's just automatic. Of course they're magnificent. And maybe they made some mistakes in the past, but now they're magnificent. And to look for evidence for that is like looking for evidence for the truths of arithmetic. So there never is any.
Gramsci wrote in 1925, "A main obstacle to change is the reproduction by the dominating forces of elements of the hegemonic ideology. It's an important and urgent task to develop alternative interpretations of reality." How does someone listening to this program develop an alternative interpretation of reality, as Gramsci suggests?
Well, I respect Gramsci a lot, but I think it's possible to paraphrase that comment, namely just tell the truth. Instead of repeating ideological fanaticism, dismantle it, try to find out the truth and tell the truth. Does that say anything different? And it's something any one of us can do. Remember, it's part of the intellectuals internalize the conception that they have to make things look complicated. Otherwise, what are they around for? But it's worth asking yourself how much of it really is complicated. Now, Gramsci's a very admirable person, but take that statement and try to translate it into simple English. Is it complicated to understand or to know how to act?
Cambridge, Massachusetts, November 30th, 2004.
I'd like to talk to you about fairy tales and empire, what I call the doctrine of good intentions, that occasionally U.S. policy is marred by the proverbial bad apples and tragic mistakes, but basically the record of goodness continues unimpeded.
Yeah. Well, the standard story in scholarship and media and so on is that there are two conflicting tendencies. One is what's called Wilsonian idealism, good intentions. The other is sober realism. We have to realize the limitations of our good intentions. Sometimes things can't be done properly. But that's it. That's the spectrum. And it's not just the United States. It's also you read it right now in the client states, like, say, take England. Probably the best newspaper in the world is the London Financial Times, pretty independent, so on and so forth. They have an article a few days ago by one of their leading columnists. They are critical of U.S. policy. They say the problem with U.S. policy is it is so dominated by Wilsonian idealism that the U.S. is getting into trouble. You need a few drops of sober realism to temper this passionate dedication to democracy and freedom and so on. And it goes on to say there can no longer be any doubt that George Bush and Tony Blair are motivated by their vision and faith in democracy and rights, and we know that because they have even said so. And that proves it. That's in fact the only evidence if you look. But we have to be more realistic and realize, for example, in the case of Iraq, that although of course Bush and Blair are just dedicated to what the Boston Globe calls Bush's messianic vision to bring democracy to Iraq. And that's the leading liberal paper in the country and the paper of the liberal intellectuals. Although it's clear that we're dominated by that, we must understand that Iraqi culture may not be up to be able to rise to the heights that we have planned for them. In fact, if you, I mention that because I just read it a couple of days ago, but it's essentially universal. Take, say, the announcement of the Messianic vision, which was just about a year ago, to great fanfare and speech in Washington. What happened is that as the pretexts for the war collapsed, no weapons of mass destruction, no Al-Qaeda, all the pretexts, the Bush's speechwriters had to conjure up something new. Since the word vision has been associated with Bush as a matter of journalistic convention, this is, if you take a look back, ever since the Republican PR system started to work, and of course the media all accept it and commentators accept it, you can't mention Bush without talking about his vision for this, that, and the other thing. Maybe he's peering off into the distance in a photograph nearby or something. I've sometimes counted the word vision or dream, 10 or 15 times in an article in a sober, serious newspaper. So they conjured up his messianic vision to bring democracy to the Middle East. The commentators just fell all over themselves. The leading commentator of the Washington Post, David Ignatius, former editor, respected correspondent, just fell over in awe. He said, this proves that the Iraq War was the most noble war in history. The vision is led, he said, by the idealist in chief, Paul Wolfowitz, who has the most extreme record of passionate hatred of democracy of probably anybody in the administration, but it doesn't matter. He's the idealist in chief. The proof is that Ignatius, was with Wolfowitz when they went to the town of Hilla, and he talked about de Tocqueville. It also happens to be the town where the first major massacre occurred, but we'll put that aside, the American massacre. So that was one side. Then you go to the other side of the spectrum, the critics. There are plenty of critics. They say, yes, the vision is noble and inspiring, but we have to be more realistic. It's beyond our reach. The Iraqi culture is deficient, and so on. That's approximately the spectrum. And is there anything new about this? Nothing at all. In fact, you'd have to work hard to find a historical example that's different. Not just the United States or Britain, but France and Germany, including Hitler, Stalin, Japanese fascists. If we had records from Genghis Khan while he was massacring tens of millions of people, probably also had a noble vision. See if you can find an exception.
In fact, in The Responsibility of Intellectuals, in your essay in American Power and the New Mandarins, you quote Churchill talking to Stalin in Tehran in 1943, Churchill said, "The government of the world must be entrusted to satisfied nations who wished nothing more for themselves than what they had. If the world government were in the hand of hungry nations, there would always be danger. But none of us had any reason to seek for anything more. The peace would be kept by peoples who lived in their own way and were not ambitious. Our power placed us above the rest. We were like rich men dwelling at peace within their habitations."
Yeah. Churchill was pretty proud of that. It's part of his history of the war, his great history of the war. And he's to be praised for that. He's one of the rare exceptions who doesn't go on gushing about his noble vision all the time, but tells the truth occasionally. Not always. There's plenty of gushing too. But in passages like that and elsewhere, he has essentially told the truth. We're the rich men. If you take a look at there's an important, I can't remember it verbatim, but right before the First World War, when he was in Parliament, or maybe he was Minister of something or other, he informed Parliament that the Britain must greatly expand its military expenditures. And he goes on to say in Churchillian eloquence, which I can't duplicate from memory, that Britain has conquered a large part of the world. It's taken the riches of the world, not by peaceful means, by brutal and vicious means. So people don't like it and they hate us. But therefore we have to have more military force so we can maintain it. That's his speech to Parliament. He later published it about 20 years later, but he cut out all the offending statements. They were later discovered by one of his biographers, Clive Ponting, in his original records. But the original statement was pretty accurate. The doctored one was the standard messianic vision, which is, to my knowledge, universal or near. I have never come across any archival record, even among the worst monsters, who don't say that. Now, there are people who are honest, like Henry Kissinger. It's one of nice things about him. And the intellectual community and the media have to work to suppress these things because they don't sound nice. So, for example, just a couple of months ago, how we talked about, that's a perfect example. Yeah. I mean, you can't find anything like it in the archival record, but it was suppressed. Yeah. Okay, call for genocide. And other times, too. I mean, when he, like in the national security strategy, he praised it, but he said it cannot be universalized. It's for us, right of aggression is for us. Okay, that's honesty. Good, that's the way you should talk. And the quote from Churchill is like that. But what you typically find is nobility of vision. I mean, the guys at the other end of the stick don't see it that way, but that you'd expect.
In At War with Asia, one of your earlier political books, which has just been reissued by AK Press, you talk about this. You say that the leaders of imperialist powers and their spokesmen have been able to persuade themselves and the domestic population, so long as the costs are not too high, of the benevolence and rationality of the measures they undertake to extend their power. And then you quote John Adams, "Power always thinks it has a great soul and vast views beyond the comprehension of the weak, and that it is doing God's service when it is violating all his laws." That's a remarkably candid statement from John Adams.
The literature is peppered with them, was it Adams or Jefferson? Jefferson maybe, who said that he trembles for this nation when he remembers that God is just and will punish it for its sins, which he knew. They were exterminating the native population, they were slavery and so on, and he trembled for the nation. So you can find statements like that. But by and large, people are called statesmen, political leaders, and also most of the intellectual classes go along with it.
Again, I want to kind of frame the discussion between Vietnam, which is where you kind of came in to the scene in terms of public visibility, and Iraq, which is, of course, today. The cover of At War with Asia, the original cover, has a remarkable black and white photograph. Unfortunately, the new edition does not. it shows, well, why don't you describe it, and then we can...
I don't know, maybe you can get a picture of it.
We can fast forward today. Well, it's a U.S. soldier.
A beefy soldier with a rope pulling a skinny, half-naked Vietnamese captive behind him. Yeah.
And we go fast forward to today. To Lindy England.
Yeah. The only difference is she's not a big, beefy soldier, but it's the same. And in fact, you go back to pictures of the conquest of where we're sitting right now, and it's also the same. And you go back to the ugliest periods of history, and yes, it's the same. I mean, that's a universal picture of unconstrained power against helpless victims, and presented with the utter nobility. I mean, nobody anywhere near the mainstream could be more critical than John King Fairbank. Was really a critical opponent of the war and the dean of Asian scholarship. I just look at what he was saying. We entered Vietnam in an excess of benevolence, not paying attention to, if we'd only had more people who'd studied Chinese at Harvard, they would have told us that this isn't going to work, and our flood of magnanimous benevolence wouldn't succeed, and so on. Yeah, that's from the extreme left. Or Anthony Lewis, tragic mistake, benevolent intentions to do good, and this comes out like boilerplate, and I'm sure the people believe it. I mean, and the things they believe are astonishing. I mean, on the death of Arafat, the press coverage was quite interesting. New York Times had a front page think piece, Week in Review, by a very intelligent journalist. Actually, I know him. He's their intellectual, kind of almost house intellectual in the field. Pretty left liberal, I suspect, very smart. He starts off by saying the post-Arafat era is going to test the quintessential American faith that elections legitimate even the frailest of institutions. That's paragraph number 1 about the quintessential American faith, front page paragraph. You go down and you get to the final paragraph on the continuation page, where you usually do find interesting things. And he says, well, there's only one example he discusses, Palestinians. What's the example? He says, well, the United States was unwilling to accept elections among the Palestinians because they knew that Arafat was going to win and we'd get a stronger mandate, and besides, Hamas would probably get some credibility. So that tells you there's no connection made between the first paragraph and the last paragraph, but it explains it. Our quintessential faith is that elections are fine, democracy is wonderful, as long as it comes out the right way. Comes out the wrong way, well, can't do it. That's the quintessential faith. It was also the quintessential British faith and French faith and Stalin's faith in the people's democracies. Yeah, that's the quintessential faith. And in fact, it is illustrated not only in this example, dramatically, because it's one story, but in case after case. And it cannot be perceived, because if you perceive it, you know too much about yourself. And that's dangerous. You don't understand much about yourself. All kind of troubles follow from that. Like you have to do something about what your own crimes. Well, it's easier to be comfortable and wealthy and privileged and respected. I don't suggest that it's deceit or dishonesty. It's just a natural development. The pressures to conform are very great. The consequences of honesty are often quite unpleasant.
November 29th, front page story in the New York Times, Shadow of Vietnam Falls Over Iraq River Raids, by John F. Burns. He writes, that war, Vietnam, is rarely mentioned among the American troops in Iraq, many of whom who were not yet born when the last American combat units withdrew from Vietnam more than 30 years ago. A war that Americans did not win is considered a bad talisman among those men and women who privately admit to fears that this war could be lost.
First of all, as you know, I'm one of the few who doesn't agree that the U.S. lost the war. I agree with the business world back in the early 70s that the U.S. had already won the war and therefore should pull out because it's just getting too costly. And I think if you look at the internal planning documents, that's a very understandable position. The U.S. won its major objectives. It didn't win its maximal objectives. That's a substantial victory. There's no way for a huge, powerful state to lose a war against a defenseless enemy. That just can't happen. So yes, they didn't get their final goals, but they got the major ones. And the major ones were serious. Those are the ones that hold throughout history, but certainly throughout the Cold War period. The major concern was back in the late 40s, but right into when Kennedy launched the full-scale war. The concern was that an independent Vietnam, could be successful in terms that would be meaningful to others nearby. Thailand, the rot might spread, as Atchison put it, as far as Indonesia, which was really important, had major resources, unlike Vietnam. That could lead Japan to accommodate to an independent Asia becoming its technological center, essentially recreating the New Order. It would mean that the U.S. had lost the Pacific War. They weren't ready to lose the Pacific War in 1950. And that was finished. By the mid-60s, South Vietnam, which was the main target, had been virtually destroyed. And the chances that Vietnam would ever be a model for anything had essentially disappeared. We have to remember what was happening. Like this article talks about the Swift boats. And when were this, like John Kerry and the Swift boats? When and where was that? That was 1969. Deep in the Mekong Delta, way in the south, that region had already been practically destroyed years before. The most respected military historian and Vietnam specialist, Bernard Fall, happened to be killed. He was pretty hawkish, incidentally. It's described as a dove, but he wasn't. He thought Saigon ought to rule in all of Indochina, all of Vietnam. By 1960, but he cared about the Vietnamese. By 1967, 2 years before Kerry was there, he said he wondered whether Vietnam would become extinct as a cultural and historical entity under the blows of the most massive military machine ever launched against an area this size. That was 2 years before the Kerry and the Swift boats. And he was in the area that had been most extensively attacked and devastated, way in the south. Nothing to do with Russia, China, in fact, nothing to do with North Vietnam, for that matter. And it doesn't matter, that's gone. In fact, I happened to watch I don't usually watch television, but I was in a hotel somewhere and I watched something on CNN or one of those things where they had a forum of deep thinkers. I think it was run by Howard Kurtz, and they had a couple other major people. And it was called, the title was America's Vietnam Obsession. And it was talking about how the whole political campaign is overwhelmed by an obsession with Vietnam, and what's the reason for this, and there were all sorts of thoughtful commentaries and so on. The fact of the matter is Vietnam never even entered the campaign. Did anybody ever refer to what was going on in the country? Did anybody ever ask what John Kerry was doing there 7 years after Kennedy started bombing it and using chemical warfare and driving the population out? 2 years after Bernard Fall, who they all respect, thought it might become extinct? Nobody ever asked that. Because the story has to be that we are benign, benevolent, and we made a mistake, and we lost because we didn't get our maximal goals. And anything outside of that is just unintelligible to an educated person. So yes, there's a Vietnam obsession if we totally ignore the Vietnam War. It would be like if Germany had come and survived the Second World War, and somebody worried about the fact that there too many bodies were found in Auschwitz or something at the very end, or something or other. They talk about Germany's Vietnam, Germany's Auschwitz obsession. It's not even, you don't know how to describe it. It's outlandish. In fact, by now it's gotten to the point where the New York Times is publishing on the front pages, without it concealing it, major war crimes and describing them in the front page story as crimes for which the entire political leadership should face the death penalty under U.S. law, under the War Crimes Act passed by the 96th Republican Congress. They're all liable for the death penalty for what the New York Times happily describes on the front pages.
That would be the November 8th issue of the Times of U.S. troops occupying the hospital in Fallujah.
Yeah, that's one of the first acts in the conquest of Fallujah, which is a major war crime, was to take over the general hospital. And they give a reason. The reason is the hospital was a propaganda weapon because it was producing inflated casualty figures. Well, first of all, how do we know they were inflated? Well, because our dear leader said so therefore they were inflated. But the idea that you conquer a hospital because it's publishing casualty figures, I mean, the Geneva Conventions could not be more clear. I mean, the wording says explicitly and clearly that under all circumstances, a medical facility must be protected by all parties to a conflict, and there can be no interference with it, and no medical personnel can be stopped from doing what they have to do, and so on. I mean, here they describe that the patients were kicked out of their beds, forced to lie on the floor, handcuffed. Doctors too. There's a picture of it. That is a really grave breach of the Geneva Conventions. And the U.S. War Crimes Act of 1996, passed by the Republicans, says that grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions are subject to the death penalty for the political leadership. Of course, they're not talking about the U.S., but the wording is explicit. So here we have a situation where the New York Times is in effect saying loudly and cheerfully on the front page that Bush, Cheney, Rumsfeld, and the rest should be facing the death penalty just for this one act. That's a tiny piece of it. The way they describe the destruction of Fallujah, I mean, I wish I had the resources to read the Russian press at the time of, say, Grozny.
In Chechnya.
Yeah. It's pretty much the same, city about the same size, 400,000 people. They bombed it into dust and destroyed it. Fallujah is almost a duplicate. And that was considered a major war crime, rightly. But when we do it, it's liberation. A lot of, the embedded journalists are talking about the suffering of the Marines. Their tanks, it's so hot, and they're getting shot at all over the place. And, I can't imagine that the Russian press was any worse. Or, for example, or for that matter, the Nazi press. Can you imagine it was any worse? It's hard to believe.
Well, the issue of civilian deaths has really undergone some transformation comparing Vietnam and Iraq. Started in the first Gulf War when Powell, who was then chief of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, said he wasn't interested in Iraqi body counts. That's been echoed again by Tommy Franks, who led this attack on Iraq, that, we don't do body counts. Nevertheless, The Lancet, a respected British medical journal, did do some research and came up with some rather startling numbers that did not seem to catch the attention of the mainstream press.
Barely mentioned. I mean, they came up with they did a careful study which found that the most probable number of deaths due to the war is about 100,000. And they pointed out correctly it was a pretty conservative study. So in their study, they excluded the Anbar region, Fallujah, and the region around that, because there the deaths are much higher, and that would have, by extrapolation, greatly inflated the total. And they included the Kurdish regions where there was almost no fighting, so the deaths are very low. And for that and other reasons, the estimates are probably on the conservative side. It was mentioned in the United States, dismissed as just propaganda and all sorts of silly nonsense about how the statistics were wrong and so on, standard techniques of epidemiological studies. In Britain, there was a little more protest, and the government was forced to produce some utterly idiotic comments saying, well, the study isn't worth anything because it's based on extrapolation, like every other study that exists. so it's based on extrapolation, so it isn't worth much. And besides, the Iraqi ministry, what they call the Iraqi ministry, that is the ministry of the U.S. British imposed client government, gives a much lower figure, so therefore it doesn't mean anything. But in England, at least, you had to discuss it a little idiotically, but at least discuss it. In the United States, it didn't matter. But what is new about this? I mean, take Vietnam. In the case of Vietnam, we literally do not know within millions what the casualties are, civilian casualties. Within millions. I mean, the official estimates are around 2 million. On the actual estimate, probably around 4 million. Furthermore, nobody knows. There's been, as far as I know, only one study in the United States, public opinion study, carried out by a media institute at the UMass Amherst, Seth Jolly's institute, where they asked UMass Amherst students, who are pretty well educated, above the national average. They asked them to estimate the mean number, and what they thought the number of Vietnamese casualties was. The mean, like half above, half below, was 100,000. I mean, that's like about 5% of the official figure. It's as if in Germany, you asked people how many Jews were killed in the Second World War, and they said 200,000 or something. We think there's a problem in German universities if that's what German university students are thinking. Here it's understandable because it was never discussed. I mean, how many victims of chemical warfare were there? The chemical warfare that Kennedy started in 1962 to destroy food crops and cover so there wouldn't be any indigenous support for the guerrillas. Yeah, I mean, there's some of the most carcinogenic elements that are known, dioxin. There has been intensive study of the effect on American troops, which was, first the Pentagon denied it, now they accept it, and yes, it was severe among American troops. And what about the people who are being dosed with it? Actually, there have been some studies, not here. Like there's a major study in Canada by Hatfield Associates, and in fact some leading U.S. Public health figures of various universities have investigated it. I mean, they found a dosage of Agent Orange, the dioxin-carrying chemical, which are hundreds of times as high as anything permitted anywhere in the West. And they have also correlated it with cancer, deformed fetuses, children without arms and brains and so on. And yeah, very close correlation. Nobody really knows the numbers, but the rough estimates are maybe 500,000, 1 million, just from chemical warfare. Now, here you have a striking test, because it was only used in the South. They got the same genes in the North. No deaths in the North. You don't find in Hanoi Hospital, it's not full of jars with deformed fetuses. Saigon Hospital, it is. Actually, that's been pointed out. The New York Times science editor, I think it was Barbara Cressett, had an article, I don't know, about 10 years ago, saying, really making a mistake by not studying this. I mean, here's a perfect test. We could learn a lot that would be useful for ourselves if we did a serious study of the difference between the birth deformities, the cancer, and so on in South Vietnam and in North Vietnam. That's the only question that comes up. Can we learn something about our crimes that would be useful for ourselves? Nothing else. And that's a rare comment on it. And so it continues. If you take a look at the Japanese literature today in Japanese, there are books coming out, detailed scholarly books, tons of footnotes, saying there never was a Nanjing massacre, sort of proving it to their satisfaction. Only a couple 100,000 people slaughtered. Any difference? I mean, the difference is that the Japanese were defeated, so it's not the standard line. It's a kind of a marginal line, and people object to it. Here, the U.S. won, like it always does, so therefore it's the standard line.
A couple of other things around Fallujah that I'd like you to comment on. Reports that civilians trying to flee the city were turned back by U.S. forces.
Okay.
Okay, I'd like you to clarify that. And then the other thing is that a Red Crescent, Iraqi Red Crescent, which is their equivalent to the Red Cross, was attempting to deliver medical supplies to the besieged and injured, wounded there, and they too were turned back. So you want to clarify?
Well, what apparently happened, judging by the embedded reporters, is that if civilians were allowed to flee, if managed to flee. Most of the city was blocked off. But if they managed to flee, they were allowed out, except for men. Men were turned back. Men of roughly military age were turned back. Well, we remember what that is. That's Srebrenica. That's exactly what's called, almost universally called, genocide in the West. We know a lot about Srebrenica. There's a detailed Dutch government report. Dutch were the troops there, and other sources, and it's pretty clear what happened. Srebrenica was a very lightly protected, underprotected Muslim enclave in Serbian territory. It was being used as a base for attacking nearby Serbian villages. Then they'd flee back into the protected area. It was clear that there was going to be a response, and the response was horrendous. But the response was, when the Serbians attacked, they trucked out the women and children, put them in trucks, took them out. They made the men stay, and they went in and killed the men. That sound familiar? Yeah, that's Fallujah. Except the only difference is the U.S. bombed them out, didn't truck them out. The bombing had been going on for a month. So they bombed out the civilians. Women and children were allowed to leave. Men were stopped if they were found, sent back. They're supposed to be killed. That's universally called genocide here, when the Serbs do it. When we do it, it's liberation.
The New York Times, again on November 13th, has a report on page 8 on the Geneva Conventions, and it says, the headline is, it's a small article by Michael Janowski, rights experts see possibility of a war crime. Again, it's one of those kind of ping-pong, they say. I'll read you the exact language. Human rights experts said Friday that American soldiers might have committed a war crime on Thursday when they sent fleeing Iraqi civilians back into Fallujah. And then they quote a Defense Department spokesperson who says, our forces are, operating under law. The Marine commander of Fallujah, who claimed that there were no civilian casualties, incidentally, as late as November 20th, his name is Lieutenant General John Sattler, said on the NewsHour with Jim Lehrer that the U.S. strictly adheres to the rules of war.
Well, the people responsible are not the soldiers or even the Marine commander. It's the people sitting in the White House. And there's no, as you say, there's no question about grave breaches of the Geneva Conventions, and what is mentioned there is the least of them. Yes, that's a violation of the rules of law, but, it's not an explicit violation of the clear and crucial wording of the conventions, as in the General Hospital case. Which is incidentally only one. They also destroyed another hospital. But it's the civilian leadership. You go back to, say, Nuremberg. Who did they try? Like the German foreign minister was hanged because he had some role in what was called the supreme international crime that encompasses all the evil that follows. That's the wording. The supreme international crime is aggression. Okay, so since the German foreign minister was indirectly involved in aggression, he was hanged because of all the evil that followed, of which there was plenty. And the same is true here. So even the war crimes in Fallujah are minor. They're just encompassed. That's part of the evil that's encompassed in the supreme international crime. It's kind of interesting the way this is treated. The one case that's heralded, everybody talks about all over the world, is a Marine who kind of lost it in the middle of combat and killed a wounded Iraqi. So that's all over the place. How could Americans sink to such depths, Yeah, it's a crime. This guy probably didn't know what he was doing. Some friend of his just had his head blown off and he blew it and he committed a crime. Yes, true. Like some minuscule footnote. You wouldn't, in a history of the Second World War, you wouldn't even read it. It's so minuscule. But here we blow it up as a way of suppressing the real crimes. Very much the same as My Lai. My Lai was a minor footnote. It was part of a major military operation, Operation Willer Wallowa, which was directed by guys just like us, ties and jackets, sitting in air-conditioned offices, targeting B-52 raids on villages. That one operation, that's when Kerry was in Vietnam, incidentally. It's 1969 when the massacres peaked. This is one of the many operations which murdered who knows how many people, but in one particular spot, some uneducated, poor GIs in the field who didn't know who was going to shoot at them next and were scared out of their wits. Maybe it's that grandmother over there is going to throw a grenade at us. They too lost it, and they killed a couple hundred people. All right, that's the crime. And the criterion is they're not like us. I mean, it's just like when some enemy commits crimes. You get poor, uneducated people who are in the midst of conflict and have every reason to be scared out of their wits. If they commit a crime, that's horrible. If nice, educated folk like us, sitting in comfort and protection, commit massive crimes, in particular ordering these crimes, that doesn't matter. That's not the way Nuremberg worked. It worked the opposite way. They didn't go after the soldiers in the field. They went after the civilian commanders.
The Toledo Blade, not exactly the LA Times, the New York Times, or the Washington Post in terms of resources, produced a remarkable study which was honored by the journalistic craft. It won a Pulitzer Prize. A study of a Tiger Force, a platoon created part of the 101st Airborne that in 1967 was sent to the Central Highlands, which committed just one atrocity after another. I mean, it makes for chilling reading.
Yeah, it's missing the point. Yes, these soldiers committed atrocities, but 1967 was the year when Bernard Fall published his conclusions that Vietnam as a cultural and historic entity might become extinct under the blows of the most massive military machine ever unleashed against an area this size by nice folks sitting in Washington. Yeah, take a look at the comparison of the crimes. I mean, yes, what the platoon did is atrocious, but what about what the guys from Harvard and MIT sitting in Washington were doing when they were planning it, and planning actions which would lead to extinction of the country, and mainly South Vietnam, because that was the main target of the attack. I mean, in comparison, it doesn't exist. Actually, in this book, At War with Asia, there's a chapter which it's about My Lai. It used the term that was first used, Pinkville, that was what it was called at first. And I agreed to write, it was written for the New York Review, I was still writing for them then. I agreed to write it when I was asked, but only on condition that I'd barely mention it. And if you read the chapter, it's barely mentioned. The chapter is about the other crimes going on, much worse, directed right from Washington. Those are the real crimes, not the soldiers in the field. Yes, that's criminal too. Their commanders are ordering crimes, but that's way down the chain of command. The chain of command starts with the civilians sitting in Washington. That's the people who were charged at Nuremberg and at Tokyo. And if we were even willing to be minimally honest, that should be charged here, along with everybody who writes about the benevolence and the benign intentions and the mistake and everything else, trying to cover it up.
I was recently looking at a video of your appearance on Firing Line with William F. Buckley in April of 1969. Your book, American Power and the New Mandarins, had just come out. Made some very interesting comments to you. At one point he says you're saintly. At another point he said your history is quite confused. And then in a very odd way, he threatened to smash you in your goddamn face. And you both kind of chuckled, but it was a very uneasy moment. But I want to ask you about something.
Uneasy. In fact, there were several such moments, and if you can get the film, I think my impression was, just a long time ago, and I remember that any time one of those moments came, there was a commercial break or something like that.
He hit a bell, and it's non-commercial television, but they had to cut away.
There it is, yeah. And then sort of a little talk on the side where he sort of started screaming, and then we went back.
Well, this is what you told Buckley then, talking about Vietnam, and apropos of what you were saying earlier. A terrifying aspect of our society and other societies is the equanimity and the detachment with which sane, reasonable, sensible people can observe such events, as in Vietnam. I think that's more terrifying than the occasional Hitler, LeMay, or other that crops up. These people would not be able to operate were it not for this apathy and equanimity.
Yeah, which is mostly among educated people. The general population tends to be quite different, and you can see that.
Why are you putting so much of the onus on the educated class, which is a small class?
Because there's some truisms in the background. Responsibility correlates with privilege. If you're more privileged, you're more responsible. I mean, take, say, Germany again. Some poor, the Nazis, worst period in the history. I mean, some poor guy who was set out to the Eastern Front and was carrying out atrocities. He didn't have any choices. And if he raised a finger, he'd be slaughtered by the command. The guys who were, Heidegger had choices. He didn't have to come out and write books and articles giving complicated, elaborate supports for the Nazis. The people who were sitting in places like this, they have choices. They have privilege, they have education, they have training. That carries responsibility. Somebody is working, 50 hours a week to put food on the table and comes back exhausted at night and turns on the tube. He has many fewer choices. I mean, technically he has choices, but they're much harder to exercise, and therefore he has less responsibility. That's just elementary. So it's the people with the privilege and the education and the training who also are close to decision making. They are decision makers, either in the government or business or the doctrinal institutions. They're the managers. Okay, so they're the managers. They have responsibility for that reason, and they're also privileged and educated and wealthy, comparatively. So yeah, they're the ones responsible, far more than those who don't have any choices.
You have not been in favor of an all-volunteer army. Why not?
Well, as you know, I was very active in resistance in the 60s, organizing resistance. Barely. The only reason I escaped the long jail sentence is because the Tet Offensive came along and the government called off the trials. And I was very involved, but I was never against the draft. And I'm not against it now. If there's going to be an army, I think it should be a citizens' army, not a mercenary army. Now, there's several kinds of mercenary armies. Like there's the French Foreign Legion, or the Gurkhas, where the Imperial power just organizes a mercenary army. Or there's another kind, it's called a volunteer army, which is in effect a mercenary army of the disadvantaged. People like us don't volunteer for it, except occasional maniacs. But people like, what's her name, England, they do volunteer, because they come from a background where that's their only chance. So yeah, they volunteer. So you end up getting a mercenary army of the disadvantaged overwhelmingly. And that's much more dangerous than a citizens' army.
But it was this citizens' army in Vietnam, in the Tiger Force unit.
It did. But in fact, take a look at the history of Vietnam. The U.S. committed a major error, the U.S. command. It did use the citizens' army to fight a vicious, brutal colonial war. And that can work for a while, but not for too long. I mean, right around that time, soldiers started disobeying orders, fragging their officers, getting doped up. I mean, the army was falling apart. In fact, that's part of the reason why the top brass wanted them out. You go back and you read the top, military analysts at the time from inside the Pentagon. They were saying, look, we got to get that army out of there, or else we're not going to have an army, because it's just collapsing from within. I mean, a citizens' army has ties to the citizen culture, and we know what was happening in the 60s. These are the same kids who were, protesting against the war by the late 60s. I mean, even at home, the protest didn't really begin until that time. It was around 1967 you started getting large-scale protests after 5 years of war and silence. But by that time, late 60s, when it was part of the whole youth culture that was developing, a kind of rebellious culture in many respects, and civilizing in many respects. Yeah, that spilled over to the military, and it helped undermine the military, which is a very good thing. That's why no imperial power had ever used a citizens' army to fight an imperial war. You take a look at the British in India, or, French in West Africa, or, South Africans in Angola and so on. I mean, they didn't use, somewhat, but mostly they relied essentially on mercenaries, which makes sense. They can become trained killers. People who are too close to the civilian society can maybe do it up to a point, but aren't really going to be good at it. And pretty soon after that, like say by 1969, about 70% of the population in the United States described the war in the words that were used: fundamentally wrong and immoral, not a mistake. That's 70% of the population, and that's about the time when, at the extreme critical end, say Anthony Lewis, you started getting timid whispers about how it was a mistake. That's when 70% of the population were saying it's not a mistake, it's fundamentally wrong and immoral. Actually, what they meant by that, we don't actually know, because the people who carry out the polls don't ask the next question, probably because they're afraid of the answer. And they give an interpretation, which is that what they meant was there are too many American casualties. Well, maybe, but that's not the obvious interpretation of that comment. And that incidentally continues up to the most recent polls. In fact, the most recent polls are just astonishing. Major polls came out right before the last election, November 2004, and the results were so astonishing the press couldn't even cover them, couldn't even report them. I mean, they were produced for the elections, but there's scarcely a mention of them. In fact, I only found one of the major ones. I found no references. I mean, I don't do a complete search, but the other.
Why is that?
Because of their results.
Which were?
Well, for example, these are by the most prestigious polling organizations in the country: Chicago Council on Foreign Relations, Program on International Policy Attitudes, the University of Maryland. They really do careful work and regular work. So what you find is large majority of the population, I think, are in favor of signing the Kyoto Protocol, accepting the International Criminal Court, relying on the UN to take the lead in international crises. A majority are even in favor of giving up the Security Council veto when it comes to what's called preemptive war, which is meaning it's now interpreted as the right of aggression. The population is very strongly opposed. That's a bipartisan consensus. Both parties are in favor of it. Articulate opinion is almost entirely in favor of it, with various qualifications. You got to make sure it doesn't cost too much and so on. The large majority of the population are against it and take the position that you're allowed to use force under pretty much the terms of the UN Charter. Probably people never heard of the UN Charter, but the answers to the questions that they give are pretty much the standard narrow interpretation of the Charter. You can use force if you're attacked, or if there's an imminent threat of attack, like, planes flying across the Atlantic to bomb the United States. Okay, you can shoot them down. That's imminent threat of attack. That's what most of the population says. In fact, now, when you get to the Iraq War, it's quite interesting. About 75% say the United States should not have attacked Iraq if it did not have weapons of mass destruction or ties to Al-Qaeda. 50% say, roughly, that we should have attacked Iraq. Now, that's after the government-sponsored reports, Kay, Dilfer, and so on, showing as definitively as you can that there were no weapons of mass destruction or programs, and that there were no ties to Al-Qaeda. Okay, how do you account for that? Well, people believe the propaganda, even after it was disproven. There's been enough of a barrage of government media propaganda so that people who don't have the time or energy or education or whatever to carry out individual research projects and really read the reports and so on, and just, go by the headlines or, television news or something, about half the population believe that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction or programs that were developing them, ties to Al-Qaeda, a high percentage, forget the numbers, still think it was tied to 9/11 and so on. So yeah, they support the war, even though they are opposed to war, unless we're under imminent threat of attack, and in this case, unless Iraq had weapons of mass destruction and ties to Al-Qaeda, meaning what that means is involved in 9/11. In fact, if you look at the interviews of people with, like England, the torturers in Abu Ghraib and so on, there were some interviews with them. Most of them say, we're taking revenge for 9/11. They did it to us, why shouldn't we do it to them? Okay, if you have any degree of privilege and education, you understand that that makes just no sense at all. But from the point of view of the kind of people who are being sort of driven into the mercenary army by social and economic conditions, they don't know that. For them, one raghead is the same as another raghead. We can talk about how terrible they are, look at these uneducated Slavs, but, we have no right to do that. We should be talking about ourselves. I mean, we're the ones who are inducing people to have those beliefs, either by our silence or our apathy or our evasions, or often by direct instruction. So let's look at the places where people are in a very good position to undermine this. For example, the people who could have published the results of these studies. It goes on like that, incidentally. Like an overwhelming majority prefer domestic spending, around 80% in favor of increased health care. I think around 70% in favor of increased aid to education and Social Security. Right. Both parties are opposed. In fact, when you look at health care, the facts are pretty interesting. I mean, like I was very rarely asked. They don't want to know. But when they ask, it usually turns out that either a plurality or a very large majority are in favor of some kind of universal health care. The last poll I saw was in the Washington Post. It was about 80% in favor of government programs to ensure that everyone has health care. Well, on October 31st, a couple of days before the election, the New York Times did have an article about health care, and it was about the presidential debate, and it said that Kerry was unable to mention any government program that might, in say, improving health care, because there is so little political support for it. Like only maybe 80% of the population. That's the standard reaction. If it's ever mentioned, sometimes it is, it's called politically impossible, has no political support, just the population. And it tells you what they mean. By political support, they mean the insurance industry, Wall Street, HMOs, that's political, the pharmaceutical industry, that's political support. In fact, if 98% of the population wanted it, it would still be not political support. And you see this from these incredible polls. What they basically show is, the whole population is so far to the left of both parties that you can understand why the polls aren't published. In fact, on the major poll, Chicago Council on Foreign Relations, the only honest report that I saw was one in Newsweek. I couldn't find anything in the daily press, like I don't read everything, obviously. There was a report in the Wall Street Journal, which is usually a pretty honest journal in its reporting, but it just completely falsified it. Picked a couple of lines out that happened to fit their editorial line and skipped the rest. But for the most part, it's just ignored. It's like the Lancet article, except even worse, because it wasn't even mentioned. These are major studies of public opinion taken right before the election. What is maybe particularly shocking about those opinions is that if you went on and asked people deeper questions, for example, you asked, well, what do you think the general mood of the country is? What I'm sure most people would have said, I'm the only person who believes this. I'm crazy. They never hear it. They never see it. They don't get any reinforcement for their views in popular discussion. It isn't on either party platform. Other polls, incidentally, major polls, show that at the same time, same ones I mentioned, that voters were completely wrong about the stands of the candidates. I mean, the Bush voters, totally wrong. They thought the president agreed with them on issues in which explicitly the Republican Party platform opposed it. The same polls are more generous to Kerry voters, but very misleadingly. If you take a look at their sources, they're relying on very charitable interpretations of vague statements that most voters probably never even heard. But if you compensate for that, the basic conclusion is that both Bush and Kerry voters just didn't know the stance of the parties. Well, that's something that is found regularly. In fact, there's a measure called issue awareness. Do voters know where the parties stand? It hit an all-time low in the year 2000. I suspect it was even lower this year. In fact, if you take a look at the polls where Gallup this time, where people were asked, how are you going to vote? About 10% said they were going to vote on issues and agendas and so on. The rest, the various images that are concocted by the public relations industry.
Cambridge, Massachusetts, December 3rd, 2004.
You often say when you're giving talks that a lot of the media analysis you do is simply clerical work. And that surprises people because they think, well, MIT professor, he must bring this incredible intellectual power to examine how the media function.
Well, kind of hidden truth of the matter is that a large amount of scholarship is clerical work. In fact, a good deal of science is detailed, routine work. I mean, it's not that it's easy. It's hard work. You have to know what you're looking for and so on. But it's not an enormous intellectual challenge. I mean, there are aspects of inquiry which really are serious intellectual challenges, but not much concerned with human affairs. We just don't understand enough. There's no theories of any depth. There are no far-reaching principles. So you have to gain a sensible perspective on things, which isn't straightforward. Then you have to be self-critical about it and so on. But from that point on, it's the kind of work that anybody can do if they want to do it.
But when you look at media biases and prejudices, it is kind of adding up the names, adding up the people who appear on certain programs and what institutions they represent and what opinions they put forth.
Well, that's one way of doing it, and it's a good thing to do. I don't do it myself, but FAIR does that, for example. I look for other things. So, for example, driving in this morning, I was listening to BBC, which is about the only thing I can tolerate on the radio. The news reporter is discussing, bringing up the things that happened in Iraq. There was a bombing of a police station. She interviews the NATO commander who's training the police and so on. But what is interesting to me is the unquestionable assumptions. She started the program by saying, well, we have this serious problem, and there's problems with the Iraqi police, and plainly the occupation cannot end unless the Iraqi police are capable of providing security. Well, just think about that sentence. I mean, suppose the Nazis in France had said the occupation can't end unless the Vichy forces are capable of controlling the country. Would we think there's something odd about that? Yeah, something very odd about it. I mean, the occupation can end this instant. It's a question of what the Iraqi people want. It has nothing to do with what Britain and the United States want any more than the occupation of France had anything to do with what the Germans wanted. And if the police that were being trained by the Germans to run the country under their supervision, if they can't control the partisans, does that mean the German army can't leave? Well, that's another way of looking at it. But quite apart from whether it's legitimate or not, it's a point of view which cannot be even considered. We must take the standpoint of the occupying armies whose governments we speak for, unquestioningly. Well, it happens that there are many polls in Iraq, but they rarely ask whether people want the occupying forces to leave. I don't think they want the answer to that question. But the few polls there are indicate that a majority does. Suppose it's true. Suppose that turns out to be true. Does that mean the occupation can't end? As the BBC simply presupposes without question? Well, only if you have so deeply instilled into you the doctrines of the people with the whip in their hands. Only in that case is this an assumption that can't even be, that's so obvious you can't even raise it. I mean, those are the things that interest me personally a lot more.
So finding those and decoding those internalized assumptions, like the United States has the right to invade and conquer a country, any country, and to impose and institute an economic system and a government of its choice.
Yeah, I mean, that's just taken for granted. And incidentally, not taken for granted by the population. So that's an educated opinion. On the other hand, if we can believe the quite careful and reputable opinion studies that are carried out, for the U.S. population at least, that's not their view. Their view, by a substantial majority, is that the U.S. should leave Iraq if the population wants them to, which may be true right now if the few polls that exist are accurate. That's the position of the majority of the population. I forget the numbers, but a large majority. Large majority of the population thinks the UN, not the U.S., should be taking the lead in international crises in general. A majority is even in favor of giving up veto power at the Security Council, which is unheard of among educated opinion. I mean, you can't even talk about the question. And in the case of Iraq, since about April 2003, so very shortly after the invasion, a large majority has held that the UN ought to take the lead in reconstruction and political transition, and by December it was and also adding control of security. So that's the position of the majority of the population, which is also against the preventive war doctrine that's now a bipartisan and intellectual consensus. And in fact, there are pretty sharp splits, and always have been, between majority of public opinion and elite educated opinion, which is what you get in the media. Now, actually the media are differentiated. My own work is not on, Fox News. I don't pay any attention to them, but rather on what are sometimes called the agenda-setting media, the elite media, which reflect educated, privileged sectors and their view of the world, and do in fact set the general agenda for others. A small newspaper in, say, Omaha doesn't have foreign staff and foreign bureaus, and they pick up the framework of news that they're going to report from the New York Times and the Washington Post and maybe CBS News and a couple of others. So the framework of reporting and interpretation, while not rigidly determined, is nevertheless largely shaped by major institutions which are almost very close to the dominant intellectual and moral culture, say, in elite universities. And my own personal interest, incidentally, is not the media. It's the intellectual culture. And the media happen to be the easiest part of that to study. So if you look at the elite media, BBC, New York Times, Washington Post, and so on, that's the day-to-day expression of the elite intellectual culture, and therefore a lot easier to study than, it's a lot easier to establish clear conclusions about it than about, say, scholarship. I mean, you can do that too, but it's a much more complex research inquiry. Whereas the media, you can find systematic interpretations, what's permitted in, what's not permitted in, what's stressed, what isn't stressed. I find that every day. Well, take this morning's New York Times. There's an article by which reports the views of the president, the chairman of the President's Council of Economic Advisors, very distinguished economist, professor at Harvard, the economics department, is highly regarded in the profession, undoubtedly a highly competent technical economist, writes the main textbooks and so on. He happens to be now in the government, and his views are reported by the New York Times, but he's speaking from the peak of the economics profession at Harvard University. It's complex. And it's about Social Security. He is warning in proper academic tones that Social Security benefits will have to be reduced because you can't pay for them. And this is reported religiously with the statement that the Social Security system is headed to fiscal collapse in 2042. There's another way of saying that, namely, there's no problem at all with the Social Security system, and for at least 30 years, and by other government estimates, about 20 years beyond that. So there's not a system in crisis. There's a long-term technical problem which can easily be overcome, but it's described as, this shows it's heading for collapse. Therefore, we've got to do something quickly. Well, in fact, let's assume that there will be a fiscal problem in maybe 40, 50 years. What can you do about it? Well, there's some easy suggestions which are never discussed. For example, the Social Security payroll tax is highly regressive. It caps at about, I think, $88,000 now, which means any income you make beyond that is not taxed. That means rich and privileged people are getting a free ride. They're not getting their wages taxed for Social Security. Where'd that come from? Is that a law of nature? That people in the, I don't know what percentage, maybe top 10% or whatever the number is of the wealth distribution should get a free ride? Raise the cap, or in fact eliminate the cap. And there isn't a Social Security financing problem for, eons to come. You read further and you say, well, there's this terrible problem. The proportion of working people to retired people is declining. So that means today's working people are going to have to support a growing number of retired people. Well, that happens to be true and irrelevant. It's irrelevant because the correct number is what's called the total dependency ratio, the proportion of working people to the total number of people. Not to the retired people, the total number of people, including children. So take, say, the famous baby boomers. A huge problem. How are we going to pay for their retirement? Who paid for them when they were 0 to 20? They were alive then. There was a baby boom generation. They were children. You had to care for them just as much as you have to care for your, aged mother. And in fact, this was the 1960s. If you look back at the 1960s, there was a very substantial, huge, in fact, increase in funding for children, like schools, and other institutions that you needed to take care of children. Then you had usually one parent working. Now you have to have two parents working to keep food on the table. Then you had one, so we don't call that a cost. But if a woman's staying home taking care of children, that's work. And it's described in our ideological system as if she's not doing any work. Like welfare mothers weren't doing any work. All they were doing was spending their time raising children. That is creating what economists call, this awful word, human capital, which it's well understood is the basis for productivity and development and so on. So to borrow that ideological framework, the welfare mothers altogether are staying home, are creating human capital, raising their children. We don't count that as a cost. It just comes free somehow. But that's an ideological measure. However, even without going into that, as far as I know, the total dependency ratio is not expected to reach what it was as low a point as it was in the 60s in the foreseeable future. Now, the 1960s was a much poorer country than today. Growth hasn't been great by post-war standards. It's slowed down, but nevertheless, it's a much richer country now by any reasonable measure than in the 1960s. Well, if you could take care of those people, the baby boomers, from 0 to 20, why can't you take care of them from 65 to 85? This is not a bigger problem. The problem is crafted. In fact, it's an easier problem now because it's a much richer country. So the proper reporting of this article should be that the distinguished Harvard economist is giving a radically ideological interpretation of issues which may express his personal biases or some other pressures, but doesn't have much to do with the issue. And it's not that the system is heading towards disaster. It's that there isn't a problem for the foreseeable future. Actuarial estimates for 30 or 40 years from now don't really mean that much. So there isn't any imminent problem, nothing like much more serious ones. And that if to the extent that there is a problem, there are a variety of ways of dealing with it. And in fact, it's a lesser problem than a much poorer country faced in the 1960s. Okay, that's another way of looking at it. In fact, then a serious journalist would go on to say, why the drive to destroy Social Security? Well, think about that. Transparent reason is that the alternative, which is being proposed and will probably be enacted, of private investment accounts, is going to mean huge costs that will go to money managers. So that reduces the effectiveness of the system, because instead of a highly efficient government system with virtually no, very low administrative costs, you're moving towards a system with very substantial administrative costs, but they'll go into the right pockets, namely Wall Street firms and money managers. That's the basic transfer. But there's something much deeper involved. Social Security is based on a principle which is considered subversive and has to be driven out of people's heads, namely the principle that you care about other people. That's Social Security. Social Security is based on the assumption that we care about each other. We have a community responsibility to take care of people who can't take care of themselves, whether they're children or elderly. So we have a social responsibility to pay for schools and to ensure daycare and to guarantee that whoever's taking care of children, maybe it's mothers, will be supported for doing so. That's a community responsibility, and the community, in fact, benefits from it. As a community, maybe not each individual can't say, I benefit from that kid going to school, but as a society, of course we benefit from it, quite apart from the moral commitment to do it, whether you benefit or not. And the same is true of the elderly. Now, that idea has to be driven out of people's heads, because there's a huge pressure to turn people into pathological monsters who only care about themselves and don't have anything to do with anyone else, and therefore are very easily ruled and controlled. That's what lies behind it. And that's a deep imperative which runs through the whole doctrinal system. Nobody comes out and says it in the words that I'm now using, but it doesn't take much insight to see that this is exactly what lies behind it. And if you go back to the origins of Social Security, you can see it from the other point of view. Social Security came out of the pressures of popular, organized social movements, labor movement and others, which were based on the idea of solidarity and mutual aid and mutual support, normal human feelings. If you go back to, say, Adam Smith, who we're supposed to revere but not read, sympathy, for his assumption, was the core human value. And societies should therefore be constructed so that this natural human dedication to sympathy and mutual support will be satisfied. In fact, his argument for markets, which had a sort of nuanced view of markets, but the main argument was that under conditions of perfect liberty, markets will lead to perfect equality, which took for granted is a good thing. In fact, his famous phrase, invisible hand, which everyone totally misuses, happens to appear once in Wealth of Nations, once. And it's in an argument against what we now call neoliberalism. He's giving an argument. He observes that if he's interested in England, of course, is as if English manufacturers and investors imported from abroad and invested overseas rather than here, invested their capital overseas, that would be harmful to England. In other words, if they followed what is now called, the principles of Adam Smith, it would be harmful to England. He said, however, we don't have to worry about that because there is what sometimes called a home bias. That is, British capitalists will prefer, each individual one will prefer to use domestically produced goods and to invest at home, because that's their various reasons. Well, that's what they'll prefer. So therefore, as if by an invisible hand, the threat of what's now called neoliberalism will be avoided. And in fact, David Ricardo gave a rather similar argument. They both realized that none of the theories they're working out are going to work if you have free capital movement and free investment. And Ricardo argued that the sort of natural sympathy of the capitalists for their home society will lead them to invest at home, so you won't have this problem of, in his model, Portugal producing everything, textiles and want, not just want. Those are principles that were taken for granted. They're just, the fundamental feature of popular movements. You're working for each other. That's why solidarity forever is the, working class slogan. And that reflected itself in legislation like Social Security, which was forced, by popular pressures in the 1930s. And ever since then, there's been a dedicated effort on the part of the privileged and powerful and wealthy to try to eliminate it. You don't want that sentiment. So you have to destroy unions, you have to destroy interaction among people, you have to atomize people so that they're just glued to the television set or something, and they certainly shouldn't care about one another. That's the worst thing you can imagine. And that's what lies behind the attack on Social Security. The economic arguments that are given are, it's basically a scam. Yes, they work within a certain narrow, perverse framework. But to get back to the New York Times report, I mentioned this one only because it was this morning. I mean, it's just constant. That's the only framework that's conceivable. Just as for the BBC, the only framework that's conceivable is that if the British Army, working for its American bosses, once again attacks and occupies another country, that must be right. And you can't question it. And the only question is whether they will achieve their noble and high objectives, like bringing democracy and freedom to Iraq. Incidentally, how do we know that that's their objective? And what's the evidence for it? And actually, there is a particle of evidence. Our leaders said it. That's the total evidence.
So evidence by assertion.
Well, the dear leader said it. In other words, for the elite commentary, we must behave as if we're in North Korea. If the dear leader says something, it is necessarily true. You can't question it. You can't even suggest that there's a possible question about it. He said it, so it's true, period. From then on, everything we discuss is within the framework of that assumption. I mean, anyone who thinks for 2 minutes can see that there's just, quite apart from the history and everything else, which is quite rich, it takes a minute's thought to see that there's no possible way in which the U.S. and Britain would permit a sovereign democratic Iraq. Just think what policies it would follow. I mean, just imagine that there were a sovereign democratic Iraq. What would it do? Well, for one thing, it would have a Shiite majority. So the first thing they'd probably do is shore up relations with Iran. I mean, they don't like Iran particularly, but they have things in common, and they have no particular reason to want hostility and another major war or anything like that. So they'll probably move towards relations with Iran, Shiite Iran. It also turns out that there's a very substantial Shiite population in Saudi Arabia, in the regions where the oil fields are, and Shiite independence, dominated independence in Iraq, right next door, is very likely to elicit reactions in the Shiite regions of Saudi Arabia, which could very well mean that the world's major energy resources, core of the world's energy resources, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, the two biggest ones, Iran, one of the other ones, will be in the hands of an independent Shiite government. The U.S. is going to allow that? No, I mean, it's so unimaginable we can't even talk about it. The next thing that an independent Iraq would do is to try to recover its natural place as a leading element, maybe the leading element in the Arab world. Now you go back to biblical times. I mean, there were conflicts between Syria and Mesopotamia on the one hand, and Egypt on the other. You know, the Bible's about these little countries in between, the Canaanite, these Palestinian countries, which are always, being invaded by one or the other. And the question is, how do they balance between them? Those were the two big power centers, still are. Iraq, what's now called Iraq, if independent, is going to try to restore that position. What is that going to mean? Well, for one thing, they'll rearm. For another, they'll probably develop weapons of mass destruction. Just first of all as a deterrent, and secondly to counter the main regional enemy, which is the U.S. military base by now virtually in Israel. Is the U.S. going to sit by and allow that? We can proceed, but the chances that the U.S. and its British attack dog, or whatever the right word is, will sit by quietly and allow any of these things to happen, that possibility is so remote that you can't even discuss it. Well, you can't be certain that that's what an independent, democratic Iraq would do, but it's not unlikely. In fact, it's highly likely. I mean, that alone is enough to tell you that U.S. and British planners can't possibly be conceiving of a democratic Iraq. It's inconceivable, You ever see any discussion of this? I mean, is it quantum physics? You really need a deep insight to figure it out. I mean, it's right on the surface. It's on the surface, To see it doesn't take education, intelligence, insight, and so on. Education and intelligence are required to prevent you from seeing it, because it's right on the surface, instantly there, as soon as you think about the situation, obviously in the minds of every planner. Can you think of a word ever written about it? Not just in the media, but in intellectual journals and so on and so forth. No, it's unthinkable. Just as it's unthinkable that something that our dear leader says is not true.
In the course of that answer, you referred to the New York Times several times, the BBC. Critics of your position would say, well, look, on one hand, he's saying, that the media are terrible and are heavily in favor of existing power institutions and elites. On the other hand, he's getting facts from that very media.
Yeah, I use them all the time. I mean, if I were on some desert island somewhere and I had one newspaper I could get, it would be the New York Times. They have more resources, more coverage, perfectly good correspondence. I mean, I'm not particularly, and as I say, they're no different than the faculty club. Same with the faculty club. Like if, there was one university left in the world, well, okay, why not Harvard? But it doesn't change anything. I mean, the major institutions, they do give information, and they must, for a number of reasons. One reason is that their primary constituency requires it. I mean, their primary constituency is managers, economic managers, political managers, and doctrinal managers. The educated classes, the political class, those who run the economic system, that's their constituency. Well, those people have to have a realistic picture of the world. I mean, they own it. They own it, they control it, they dominate it, they have to make decisions in it, they better understand something about it. That's one of the reasons why, at least in my opinion, the business press tends to have better reporting than the other national press. Quite often in depth. I mean, you find stories in the Wall Street Journal going in considerable depth, exposing corruption in a deep sense. I don't mean robbery, but the way the system undermines fundamental human needs. You find that reported in the Wall Street Journal much more likely than in the so-called liberal press, because their constituency has to know these things. They have to have a realistic conception of the world. Reasonably. There's a doctrinal slant to it to make sure that you see it in the right way. But you have to have the basic facts. Furthermore, the journalists are they're trying to do their job. Not everybody, but typically honest, serious professionals who want to do their job properly. But none of that changes the fact that they're perceiving the world through mostly, there's exceptions, we know what's going on, but most of them are simply reflexively perceiving the world through a kind of a prism which distorts it in a certain direction. You look at a light coming through a prism, what's coming through is all the information, but distorted in a particular fashion. And that's what the educational system is, and the doctrinal system is, and so on. They are the prism that shifts reality so that you see it a certain way, which happens to be supportive of concentrated power. Now, if this weren't true, it would be astonishing. I mean, institutions kind of automatically work this way without trying, and naturally they do. Investigation of the media and other productions of the intellectual culture simply demonstrates what, in the sciences you would call the null hypothesis, the hypothesis that you assume to be true if you don't have any evidence, and then you look and see if there's some reason to question it. Well, this is the null hypothesis, and when you look closely, it's pretty well supported.
How free is the free press?
It's remarkably free, unique in the world, in fact. The government in the United States has fewer options, less ability to control the press than any other country I know of. I mean, in England, for example, the government can go in and raid the offices of BBC and take their files. Can't do that in the United States. I mean, they can't send the police into the offices of the New York Times. In fact, take the Hutton report in England last year.
On the BBC.
On the BBC. There was a government report investigating the BBC because it claimed that a reporter had gone too far in criticizing a completely deceitful dossier on Iraq that the government had put out. And they didn't deny that it was deceitful, but they said the reporter went too far in the way he described it. He said it was sexed up, and that's an overstatement, and a couple of other things. Well, there's a huge uproar, and the Hutton report came out condemning the BBC and exonerating the government, and there was a huge outcry about that. But it's the wrong question. I mean, there should have been an outcry over the fact that there was an inquiry. What right does the government even have to carry out an inquiry into whether some media, whether it's BBC or KGNU, is reporting the facts the way they want them to be reported?
Well, in both instances, actually, they are regulated by the state, and they have licenses issued by the state.
See, but if it was a democratic state, those licenses would not carry with them any authority whatsoever. Look, they're licensed in the United States, too. We don't call it licensing, but the broadcast spectrum is owned by the public. The broadcasters are given a huge gift by the public, which says you can have it. That's a form of licensing. But that doesn't confer on the state any right to carry out official inquiries into whether they're doing their job properly and to compel them to fire their director if they don't. I mean, the very fact that the inquiry took place is a reflection of the very low commitment to freedom of speech in England. Very low, in fact. So, for example, the libel system in England is a vicious system which places enormous power in the hands of the wealthy and privileged. They can actually destroy a journal, and have done it, by just using capital resources to carry out libel suits. And under British law, you don't have to prove libel. You have to prove that the person who's accused has to prove that it was true. So, like in Britain, if I accuse you of libel, it's not my job to prove that what you said is libelous. It's your job to prove that it wasn't. All right, put together some huge media conglomerate and some tiny newspaper. I'm thinking of a real case. A tiny newspaper that produced something that undermined claims of the conglomerate. Well, the conglomerate can wipe them out, sue them for libel. They just overwhelm them by financial resources. That's what happens in the courts. Yes, and that has a very chilling effect. And the same is true in just about every other country I know. The United States is, to my knowledge, unique in the freedom of the press. In fact, even the guarantee for freedom of the press, I'm not even sure it exists in any other country. In fact, it didn't exist in the United States until the 1960s. The 1960s, the Supreme Court finally struck down legislation that as unconstitutional that prevented what's called seditious libel, meaning attacking the state with words. Which is outrageous. That was finally struck down in the 1960s in the course of the civil rights movement. But such laws hold in most other countries, maybe every other one, certainly in England. In fact, they've been appealed to recently. So the government doesn't have much power to control, almost none, which is a very good thing. But it doesn't tell you that the press is free. It tells you it can be free if it chooses to be, but it may choose not to be. And it has powerful pressures to induce it and often almost compel it to be anything but free. I mean, after all, these are corporate systems, part of the corporate sector that dominates the economy and social life, and they're advertiser reliant. So they're very much deeply embedded into a very narrow sector of dominance and control, which doesn't have to happen to be state control, but is nevertheless essentially kind of private tyrannies, and very closely linked to the state, of course, because they, James Madison said they're becoming its tools and its tyrants, which is a pretty accurate description of what's developed in the last 200 years.
In Necessary Illusions, you give some advice to citizens of democratic societies. You say that they should undertake a course of intellectual self-defense to protect themselves from manipulation and control. Could you give some examples of what people might do?
Everything we've been talking about. I mean, when you read that 100% of commentary says anything, whatever it is, you should immediately be skeptical. I mean, nothing is that certain, even in nuclear physics. So if 100% of commentary says the president's goals in Iraq are noble and inspiring to bring democracy to the benighted citizens of a sovereign Iraq, and then they break up into those who think, it's wonderful, we have to revere him, and those who say, yes, it's noble and inspiring, but it's beyond our reach because the Iraqis have cultural deficits and so on. But they all accept the assumption. As soon as you see that, a bell should ring and say, wait a minute, nothing is that certain. And then you should take the 5 minutes of reflection required to see that it can't possibly be true. And then learn another lesson. If 100% of educated opinion is taking for granted something which cannot possibly be true, what does that tell you about the core doctrinal system and cultural institutions? Actually, it tells you quite a lot. And you don't have to go back to read Hume to figure out the truth of what he said. Yeah, the power is in the hands of the governed, and they have to make sure that you don't use it. And there are various means for that, all sorts of means. In the United States, you don't use the state club and the torture chamber, but use other means. And again, it doesn't take long to figure this out. All of that is intellectual self-defense, getting yourself to ask the obvious questions. The same is true in schools. The same is true in the educational system. I mean, if you're a high school student and you're, well, let me give you a real example. The Washington Post has a feature called, I think, Kid Post, where maybe once a week or something, they have a little section in the Washington Post which is designed for children. It's news of the day for children. So, big letters, short words, and so on. I never look at it, but somebody sent me a clipping from it, hard copy clipping from a Kid Post right after the death of Arafat. And it said in simple words pretty much what the main articles were saying in complicated words, but it added something which the complicated articles wouldn't know they can't get away with. It said in his effort to establish a Palestinian state, Arafat had to try to take away parts of Israel, parts of the land that belonged to Israel. What does that mean? That means the Washington Post is telling children that the occupied territories are part of Israel. Now, look, even the U.S. government doesn't say that. Even Israel doesn't say that. But children are being indoctrinated into believing that Israeli occupation, illegal Israeli military occupation and actions, are not even questionable. They're right, because the territory they conquered is part of Israel. Well, maybe if you went back to the Nazi press, you could find something similar in the way they talk to children about occupied Europe. I doubt it, but maybe you could. Okay, that's the way you're talking to children. Elementary self-defense should immediately have caused a huge protest against the Washington Post for this kind of indoctrination of children, which is disgraceful. Now, I don't read Kids Post regularly, so I don't know if that goes on every day, but I wouldn't be surprised.
What does it take? What is the kind of ignition that moves a citizen from being a passive onlooker, a spectator, into engagement? What's the tipping point?
I don't think there's any answer to that. I mean, take something recent in our history so we can sort of sense it step by step, the women's movement. I mean, if you had asked my grandmother if she was oppressed, she wouldn't have even understood what you're talking about. You know, that's life, you know. Ask my mother if she was oppressed. She would know it, and she was resentful, but it never showed up. I mean, like, she wouldn't allow my father and me to go into the kitchen, because that's not our job. We're supposed to be doing important things like studying. Well, she does everything. She resented it, but she knew it, but couldn't question it. I suppose you asked my daughters if they're, I mean, you know, they just kick you out of the house. I mean, the discussion doesn't take place. Well, that's a change that's taken place recently. Significant change in consciousness and in social practice. Very dramatic. I mean, like right here at MIT, you know, the same everywhere, but take where we are. You walk down the halls today, and you remember what it was like when you walked down the halls 40 years ago. It's radically different. I mean, 40 years ago, it was white males, well-dressed, respectful to their elders, and so on and so forth. You walk down the halls today, it's going to be like any other university. Half women, third minorities, casually dressed, informal relations. Those are not insignificant changes, and they've gone all through the society.
Yeah, are the hierarchies breaking down?
Of course. I mean, if women don't have to live like my grandmother or my mother, hierarchies have broken down. Namely, the hierarchies have kept them that way. I mean, for example, now in the town where I live, a professional middle-class town, lawyers, doctors, so on. I learned recently, I didn't know this, that there's a special section of the police which does nothing but answer 911 calls of domestic abuse. That's what they do. They have several a week. I mean, if it's several a week out there, you know, you can imagine what it is in a poor community. Did anything like that exist 30 years ago, 20 years ago? I mean, it wasn't even conceivable. It's none of anybody's business if somebody wants to beat up his wife. I mean, even the wife didn't complain. You may not like it, but, you know, it's life. Is that a change in hierarchy? No, you bet. And furthermore, it's one part of very broad social changes. Happens to be a very visible part, but it's one part of very broad social changes. Well, to get back to your question, original one, how does the change take place? Well, you know, just ask yourself, how did the change take place from my grandmother to my mother to my daughters? It's not some benevolent ruler who passed laws. I mean, it took place we know how it took place. Actually, a lot of it was sparked by the young activist movements of the left in a way which was, for the people involved, pretty traumatic. So, I mean, I was closely involved with resistance, you know. Take a look at what was going on in the resistance movement among young people in the 60s. I mean, they were doing something very courageous. It's not easy for an 18-year-old kid to decide, I'm going to lose my promising career and go spend years in jail or leave the country and maybe never be able to come back to my own country. That's not an easy thing to do. That takes a lot of guts. And to do it, to be able to do it, you had to feel that you're doing something morally correct, that you have moral standing. You can't do courageous things if you don't believe that. Well, it turns out that the youth movements of the 60s were like the culture, very sexist, extremely sexist. And the young women who were part of it began to recognize that there's something wrong with this and began to regard the young men as oppressors. So you remember the slogan, girls don't say no to boys who won't go, or some such thing. I mean, it was recognized that, look, there's something deeply wrong with that. There's something deeply wrong with the fact that the girls are doing all the dirty work, office work and so on, while the men are going around parading about how brave they are, and we're all supposed to worship them. And they were doing something very brave. Anyway, this is one of the sources of the modern feminist movement, which really blossomed, not the only source, but one of the main sources, right in the left. And for the young boys involved, that was pretty traumatic. I mean, to have to recognize that I do not have high moral standing, I'm an oppressor, that makes it very hard to continue to act courageously, very courageously, against state power. And it led to a lot of problems. I mean, I know people who committed suicide. But out of that was one of the main factors that led to a substantial change in consciousness and awareness. If you take a look at any social movement, you're going to find that.
How do you know your mother felt oppressed? Did she ever articulate it to you?
Clearly enough. She very much resented the fact that she happened to come from a family with 7 surviving children. A lot of children didn't survive in those days. Poor family. The first 6 surviving children were girls. The 7th was a boy. He went to college, not the 6 girls. She was a smart woman. She was allowed to go to normal school, not to college. And she was surrounded by all these guys with PhDs, my father's friends, and she very much resented it. I mean, for one thing, she knew that she was much smarter than they were. In fact, when I was a kid, this Jewish community, when there was a party, friends would come over. The men would go into the living room. The women would sit around the dining room table, and they have their own conversations. I mean, I always, as a kid, drifted to the women's place because they were talking about interesting things. They were lively, interesting, intelligent, political, all sorts of stuff. The men who were all PhDs, big professors and so on, were rabbis. I mean, talking nonsense mostly, And my mother resented it. She knew it and she resented it, but she did not think there's anything that could be. She thought it was right somehow, both wrong and right. So obviously wrong, you could see that intellectually, but right, so much so that, as I said, my father and I were literally not allowed into the kitchen. We didn't know where the dishes were.
As I travel around the country, and I'm sure you do as well, you hear this refrain about, what's the tipping point? What is it going to take for people to go out in the streets and protest? And the comments that are made are like, Americans are too comfortable, they've got it too easy. And then this interesting one, that material things will have to get much worse before there is protest.
I don't think that that's true. In fact, serious protest has often sometimes it's come from people who really are oppressed. Sometimes it's come from sectors of privilege. I mean, take the case I mentioned about the resistance movement. I mean, these were privileged kids. They were college students, almost all of them, from the elite schools. That's privilege. But within those sectors of privilege, a spark was lit, which was recognized both by the oppressors and the oppressed, and in ways that were psychologically extremely difficult, sometimes traumatic. As I said, sometimes they even led to suicide. They were not a joke. And the kids under terrific strain, but very privileged. And they played a big role in changing the country. I mean, they infuriated the rich and the powerful. I mean, you take a look at the newspapers then, there's all sorts of hysterical screeching about bra burning and all these horrible things that are going on, undermining the foundations of civilization, etc. What was really going on was the country was getting civilized. And of course that infuriated people of power and wealth. How can you dare get civilized? You're supposed to be beaten by our club, And yes, you can find at the fringes of any popular movement things that are crazy and you can condemn and so on and so forth. Part of the job of intellectuals is to focus on those, to try to discredit the important things that are happening, which are undermining of privilege and power. But this happened to come from a sector of privilege. On the other hand, take a look at the, say, SNCC, the sort of leading edge of the civil rights movement, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. I mean, the people who are really on the line, not the ones who showed up for a demonstration now and then, but they were out there every day, sitting on lunch counters, traveling on freedom buses, getting beaten up, killed, and so on. I mean, they were coming from privileged black sectors for the most part. They were coming from the elite colleges, like the college where Howard Zinn was teaching, Spelman, and where he was kicked out because he supported the students in their efforts. It was a black college, but an elite black college. And they weren't the only ones by any means, but they were probably certainly a leading part of it. And the same is true if you look at other movements. It's a mixture. A recognition that you are beating someone with a club can be very enlightening. Of course, the people being beaten by the club also have to recognize that it's not just unpleasant, but also wrong. And that's a move. I mean, take again the women's movement. I mean, a lot of it began with just consciousness-raising groups. Women talking to each other and saying, look, life doesn't have to be like that. That was an early part of it, and it's a necessary part of any social movement. So on the part of the oppressed, it's necessary to recognize that oppression exists, not just to recognize it emotionally, like I don't like it if I get beaten up or something, but to recognize that there's nothing wrong about it. And that's not so simple. Established practices and conventions are just usually taken for granted, not questioned. To recognize that there's nothing necessarily legitimate about power is a big step. And for those at the other end of the club, the ones holding it, it's also a big step. To say, look, there's nothing wrong with the fact that we're holding the club. It's that is the beginning of civilization. So when the New York Times and its educated readers ever get to the stage where they think there's something wrong about carrying out the vicious war crimes that they're depicting on the front page, when we get to that, the educated classes will begin to become civilized. It's a long way off, but we can see dramatically right now how huge the gap is.
In your appearance with William F. Buckley on Firing Line in 1969, you were talking a little bit about guilt. This is what you said. I'm not interested in simply throwing blame around and giving marks. I think the beginning of wisdom in this case, you were talking about Vietnam, is recognizing what we stand for in the world, what we're doing in the world. And I think when we do recognize that, we will feel an enormous sense of guilt. One should be very careful not to let confessions of guilt overcome the possibility of action. Confessions of guilt can be very good therapy. Could you talk about that? In what way can they be therapy?
Well, I think it's an experience we've all had. You say, oh yes, I did something terrible, I lament it, I'm not going to do anything about it. I've now expressed my guilt. Game's over, that happens all the time. The game isn't over when you've expressed your guilt. It's, what do you do about it? Yeah, you did something wrong, had consequences, what do you do about the consequences? So
it could be a preventive.
It can be. It's a way of preventing action. You sort of comfort yourself by saying, "Look how noble I am. I confess that I did something wrong, and now I'm free." This is all over the place. I mean, like take say Iraq. The U.S. right now is essentially coercing other countries into forgiving Iraq's debt. Well, that's correct. They should forgive Iraq's debt. It's what's called odious debt, concept invented by the United States. Odious debt means a debt that was forced on people under a system of coercion. Like if the corrupt generals who run some society run up an enormous debt, is it the duty of the people of the country to pay it off? No, that's odious debt. It should be eliminated. The concept was invented when the U.S. Conquered Cuba. What's called here the liberation of Cuba, meaning the conquest of Cuba to prevent them from liberating themselves. The United States, after taking over Cuba, didn't want to pay Cuba's debt to Spain. Same thing happened in the Philippines. They didn't want to pay the debt. And they correctly pointed out that it was odious debt. That's where the concept comes from. The people of Cuba had no need to pay the debt to Spain, taken from them under coercive conditions. Of course, the hidden meaning is the U.S. has no need to pay the debt because it's taken over Cuba. Same thing in Iraq. The U.S. has taken over Iraq. It's only in 100% of commentary that's called giving freedom and sovereignty to Iraq. But in the real world, the U.S. is trying to take over Iraq. It doesn't want to have to pay its debt. So therefore, it's renewing the concept of odious debt correctly, saying, yeah, we don't have to pay that debt. We'll call it them forgiving the debt to Iraq, meaning we don't have to pay it. Is that the only way of looking at it? I mean, the U.S. should be paying reparations to Iraq, huge reparations. So should Britain, so should Germany, so should France, so should Russia. I mean, these countries have tortured Iraq for a long, long time. I mean, in fact, back to the time it was created by the British in the early 20s, but certainly during the recent period. I mean, John F. Kennedy sponsored a military coup, Ba'ath coup, which put, in effect, Saddam's party in power. That's 1963. Since then, the U.S. record with regard to Iraq is horrendous. I mean, Iraq was they have this thing called the list of states that sponsored terrorism. Only one country's ever been taken off it, Iraq, in 1982. Because the Reagan administration, basically the guys in office, wanted to be able to supply Saddam Hussein. So Iraq was suddenly a state that didn't sponsor terrorism. Therefore, the U.S. could provide aid for agribusiness exports, aid for developing weapons of mass destruction, all sorts of wonderful things. That was torturing the people of Iraq and Iran. They were trying to sustain a huge war. Goes on. After the atrocities for which they now lament, which the U.S. supported, they continue to support Saddam Hussein. I mean, after 1991, when there was a Shiite rebellion, the U.S. authorized Saddam to crush it. And now when Thomas Friedman writes about, he discovered these mass graves, he feels terrible, guilty, and so on, he knew all about them at the time. Of course he knew all about it at the time. We all did. He just said it was okay. That's what the U.S. government wants. New York Times described how it contributes to stability. There's a consensus, etc. We're unhappy about it. And then comes these 10 years of sanctions, which killed more people than Saddam ever did, and destroyed the society. Then comes the invasion. By now, who knows? Maybe it's killed 100,000 people. It's just take one case like Fallujah. I mean, that's one of the major modern war crimes. It's just pretty much like the Russian destruction of Grozny 10 years ago. Major war crime. All right, just put it all together. Well, yeah, we owe them huge reparations. Or take, say, the poorest country in the hemisphere, Haiti. It may not survive very long. It's right almost at the verge of extinction. Who's responsible for that? Well, the two main criminals are France and the United States. I can't go through the history, but it's just a disgrace. For the last century, it's been mostly the United States. Prior to that, mostly France. I mean, they owe Haiti enormous reparations because of actions right up to the present. Literally the present, and going back hundreds of years. Once we start talking about, to say, oh, well, we're sorry we did it. First of all, we haven't even gotten to that stage. If we ever get to the stage where somebody can say, well, we're sorry we did it, that'll be nice. But if that just assuages guilt, it's just another crime. I mean, to become civilized, minimally civilized, we'll have to say, yes, we did it, we benefited from it, a large part of France's wealth comes from it, the U.S. benefited from it, the U.S. carried out vicious crimes. It's a pretty free society, which means we're even more responsible for those. We are therefore going to pay them reparations. Then you'll see the beginnings of civilization. But if confession of guilt, if it ever comes, is used to assuage this, it's no good.
We've been actually doing interviews for 20 years now. It's pretty scary. But
you don't look a day older.
I've been thinking about you and also Sisyphus. Do you ever feel like that, Sisyphus of Greek legend, rolling the boulder up the hill and the enormous obstacles you face and the frustrations you feel?
No, not really. I mean, for one thing, we are all, almost all of us, so privileged and so free that to feel that there's anything difficult is already outrageous. I mean, even whatever repression there is, or, vituperation, or whatever it may be, it's nothing like what people face anywhere else who don't raise these questions. So it's a kind of a luxury that we should never even grant ourselves. But that aside, there are changes. I mean, I'm not responsible for them, but the things I've described are just a small part of things that have changed. And they've changed because a lot of people have been doing things. You're rolling the rock up the hill, but making progress too.
How about the image of Cassandra constantly, issuing warnings? I mean, your latest book, Hegemony or Survival, starts and ends on pretty dire notes about, the possibility of the species surviving.
I think it's realistic, and the examples I cited are not insignificant ones at the beginning and the end. It starts off with quoting maybe the world's most distinguished biologist, ends up by quoting most distinguished 20th century philosopher Bertrand Russell, and their points are accurate, and you can easily add others. There are serious concerns right now among in very respectable circles. Forgot if we talked about this, but the Journal of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, which is about as respectable as you can be, it's the peak of establishment respectability. Its summer issue of their journal has an article by two mainstream strategic analysts, highly respected, on what's called the transformation of the military. Well, it includes militarization of space, but that's a big part of it. But the general effort, including militarization of space as a core component, to, in effect, place the entire world at risk of instant annihilation anywhere, under surveillance systems, massive destructive systems, no warning, so on, it goes on discussing these things. And that's there. The Bush administration has moved in space. The Clinton stand was control of space. They're moving to ownership of space, meaning instant engagement anywhere. And there's a natural reaction. Russia has already reacted. China's reacting. And without going into it, they say if this goes on, it's going to lead to ultimate doom. Their phrase, ultimate doom. And what do they suggest as a remedy? Well, they hope that a coalition of peace-loving states will coalesce to counter U.S. militarism and aggressiveness, led by China. That's the only hope they see for the future. That China, most civilized society, will lead a coalition of states which will counter U.S. militarism and aggressiveness. Otherwise, they say, is a strong likelihood of ultimate doom. That's right at the heart of the establishment. And one of the interesting aspects of it is the either despair or contempt, I don't know what the right word is, for American democracy. Like it couldn't be changed here. So let's hope China will rescue us. I mean, when you hear that in the heart of the establishment, there's no precedent for that. And what I was saying in that book is mild by comparison.
Lexington, Massachusetts, February 7th, 2005.
Well, I want to talk to you about democracy and education, and John Dewey, one of the leading thinkers of the 20th century, and you've said of him that he was someone whose thought was a strong influence on you in your formative years. And I know your parents sent you to a Deweyite school in Philadelphia. What does that mean, a Deweyite school?
Not only that, but I taught children, and my father ran the Hebrew school system in Philadelphia, where I lived, and that was run on Deweyite lines, and I taught there, and we studied it, and so on. this is what's called progressive education. It meant trying to focus on individual creativity, joint activities, stimulating projects. There's a kind of a caricature of it which has nothing much to do with it. It covered all the regular materials, but with an emphasis on the child's concerns, commitments, creative engagement. Very little, in fact, no competition. I didn't even know that I was a so-called good student until I left it and went to high school and discovered everybody gets ranked, so you find out where you were, but it's just never an issue before.
Did you ever ask your parents what motivated them to send you to this school?
Well, partly it was they worked. I mean, they worked in the afternoons, so I had to be at school all day. And this was, actually I started there at about 18 months and went through 8th grade. But the nature of the school just seemed, like I never questioned it. It was the obvious place to be. Wouldn't have wanted to be anywhere else.
Tell me a little bit about your father. What was your relationship with him? And of course, he was not only your first teacher, it sounds like your first employer also.
Well, he was a Hebrew scholar. We had a warm personal relationship, but it was a lot of it was by the time I was old enough to read fairly serious material. We would spend every Friday night reading Hebrew, usually traditional Hebrew literature, modern Hebrew literature. Most of my daytime activities were kind of not in the home, just either school or streets or something. We took long summer vacations. They were teachers, so didn't work over the summer, and he was there working during the day. Came out in the late afternoon. We all went swimming together and that sort of thing. So it was a warm, happy relationship. Not huge amounts of time, but the time that it was significant and meaningful. By the time I was about, 11 or 12, I started getting interested in his scholarly work, and he was just about finishing up a PhD dissertation, either shortly before then or at that time, on medieval Hebrew grammarian, which I remember reading also his articles and talk about them, and
Do you think that helped kind of train your mind in some odd way in terms of mastering a complex language with a pretty dense grammar?
Things are pretty hard to say. It did get me interested in Semitic linguistics, and I pursued it in college, and probably had some indirect influence on my getting into the field, but can't really trace it.
In a book we did called Propaganda in the Public Mind, just to go back to your school days, you said that my intellectual achievement was retarded when I went to high school. I sort of sank into a black hole.
That's pretty accurate. Getting into high school was a bit of a shock. I hadn't been used to it. It was an academic high school, kids, the one school where everybody, the boys' school, of course, who were going to go on to college. Very rigorous, disciplined, disliked almost every aspect of it, I guess. But, aside from friends and so on. But it's true, I remember very little of it. And I remember elementary school and up through to high school very vividly. Couldn't wait to get out. I went to the local college. There was no thought of doing anything else except living at home and working and commuting to school. And I was very much looking forward to it. The catalog looked exciting and interesting, but I was disabused of that within a year or so. Found everything to be just a boring continuation of high school and was pretty close to dropping out, in fact. Never really went back and had a formal either undergraduate or graduate education.
But at some point you wind up at the University of Pennsylvania and you meet Zelig. Oh, this was the University of Pennsylvania. And you meet Zelig Harris.
Yeah, I met him through political contacts, I guess when I was about 17, a sophomore, just toying with the idea of dropping out. And in fact, spending very little time in academic work. I think I was probably majoring in handball by that time. But we met through political contacts, mostly my interest, which happened in the binationalist anti-state wing of the Zionist movement, which I was very much involved in, and it turned out he was a leading figure in those areas, which I didn't know. And also he happened to be a very charismatic and intellectually quite exciting person whose other interests were things that I was also personally trying to explore on my own, anarchist thought, anti-Bolshevik left, and so on. So I was very much taken with that. I suspect in retrospect that he was trying to get me back into college, but he didn't say it, but suggested I take some of his graduate courses, and started taking them, got interested in it, went on with mostly other graduate courses in a scattering of fields. Penn was a pretty funny place in those. It's not like it is today. It was a really an overgrown high school. But there was a scattering of extremely good faculty in different fields, one in mathematics, one in philosophy, one somewhere else. And by picking and choosing, you could get a pretty exciting education without any much formal structure. And it was loose enough, so it didn't matter. So.
And did you ever actually get a piece of paper, a graduate degree?
I ended up getting all the degrees formally, but without having fulfilled usual requirements. The linguistics department was pretty unstructured. Harris essentially ran it, and it was, his students took his courses. And in a way, it was advantageous to me that the school was not a very academically prestigious place, so they didn't have heavy requirements and supervision and so on. You could kind of do what you wanted. At least I could.
So including your early years when you were helping your dad and teaching Hebrew, you've been a pedagogue, if I could use that term, for, let's say, more than 6 decades. What qualities do you look for you've had thousands of students. What do you look for in a student? What constitutes a good student?
Independence of mind, enthusiasm, dedication to the field, willingness to challenge and question and explore new directions. And there are plenty of people like that. In fact, school tends to discourage those characteristics, but I think plenty of people have them.
And did you ever experience, because it's not overstating that you're very well known, you have a big reputation and all of that, students coming with a certain amount of reverence and awe for you and reluctant maybe to challenge some of your assertions?
Well, I'm occasionally. I mean, it's sometimes true of students who've come through traditional educations in Asian countries, for example, where you just don't question and challenge. But at a place like MIT, that's relatively rare. I mean, it's a science-based university, so students are, in fact, encouraged to pursue research, to challenge, to question, and it's pretty informal relations. But much more so than it used to be. It used to be a much more disciplined place when I got there.
As your career developed startlingly and brilliantly in linguistics, you also were getting very involved politically. What did your mother and father think of that?
Well, first of all, I wasn't exactly getting involved because I'd been very much involved from childhood. As I mentioned, I kind of drifted into linguistics through that connection. They were, by the 1960s, they had to be worried because I was facing jail and, getting arrested and so on and so forth. When the issue of Israel and the Palestinians became central, especially after 1967, and then there was just a huge flood of vilification, hatred, slander, denunciation, and so on. They were pretty supportive of my views, but it was difficult for them. They lived in almost a Jewish ghetto. That was their lives, and they were pretty upset at the hysterical slanders and denunciations. In fact, my father even wrote responses in the Hebrew press to some of the charges and denunciations. It wasn't easy for them. In fact, I probably semi-consciously cut some corners as long as they were alive, just to spare them the effects.
Sometimes you're described as a narco-syndicalist, and I've even heard you describe yourself as a kind of old-fashioned conservative. How do you feel about those terms? Or do you want to be free from any kind of labeling?
Well, I don't use labeling much, but I do feel that I grew out of the anarcho-syndicalist tradition. Some of the earliest material that I read back actually even in the late 1930s and later. And I feel that that's a sensible approach to the general problems of human society. I mean, you can't take doctrines and mechanically apply them. But the belief in workers' control of industry, community, popular control of communities, interaction among economic units, productive, commercial, and others, self-managed, self-owned, and other integral communities like neighborhoods and so on. That's a sensible basis for a complex society like ours. In that sense, I think anarcho-syndicalist ideas are quite reasonable. Old-fashioned conservative, by that I mean partly it's personal tastes, music, literature, and so on, which is my own business. But partly in this domain, it's a belief that classical liberal doctrines made a lot of sense. Again, they're not applicable to the modern world and the mode in which they were formulated. But the Enlightenment ideals that we were talking about, I think one has to have a good deal of respect for and should try to amplify, modify, adapt them to a modern society.
There's been some comment since the November 2nd election and even before then that Enlightenment ideas are under attack, particularly in education, where abstinence is being taught but not other forms of protective sex. Darwin's theories being ignored. Creationism is being taught in some schools. Textbooks are being censored. Is this something worrying? Have you been tracking this?
Well, this is a very worrisome feature of general American culture, which is off the international spectrum in this respect, I should say. So there's no other industrial country where there's anything like the extremist religious beliefs and irrational commitments that are pretty common in the United States. I mean, the idea that you have to avoid teaching evolution or pretend you're not teaching it, that's in the industrial world, that's unique to the United States. And the statistics are mind-boggling. I don't remember them exactly, but roughly half the population thinks the world was created a couple of thousand years ago. A huge percentage, maybe a third or a quarter or so, say they've had a born-again experience. There's, I don't know, again, the numbers, but there's a substantial commitment to what's called rapture. Large majorities are convinced of miracles, the existence of the devil, on and on. And that's these are strains that go pretty far back in American history and have not been, in recent years, have come to affect general social and even political life to an extent that was not true in the past. So, for example, up till actually Carter, I suppose, no American president had to pretend to be a religious fanatic, but since then everyone does. It's part of a development of, in my view, undermining democracy that's been going on since the 1970s. One method, Carter probably inadvertently, I don't think this was intention, but taught the lesson that you can mobilize a large constituency by presenting yourself, honestly or not, as a Bible-fearing, quasi-evangelical Christian, or other deep religious commitment. Up until that point, these were people's personal concerns, not a necessary, not converted by the public relations system into a necessary way of presenting oneself as a political figure. There has been a pretty conscious takeover of the electoral system by essentially by the public relations industry, which is given the task of selling candidates pretty much the way they sell commodities, and that's projecting imagery just like on advertisements, and the image of a God-fearing, believing person of deep faith who's going to, protect you from the crimes of the modern world and so on, has been one that you can sell.
But there's also this tendency in American culture toward libertarianism, toward more freedom, and now we're seeing this juxtaposed with this surge in Puritanism. Let me just tell you a couple of things, cultural things, since I work in radio. We cannot play Allen Ginsberg's Howl, arguably one of the great poems of the 20th century, because it has a forbidden word. We can't play a Bruce Cockburn song called Call It Democracy because he has a very unflattering thing to say about the IMF. Or Bob Dylan's song Hurricane, where he talks about the unfair imprisonment of a Hurricane Carter, a famous boxer.
It's undoubtedly happening. There are for one thing, there's a big assault on, not just on freedom of speech and so on in radio, but on universities, schools, etc. There's over 20 state legislatures are now considering legislation, which I suppose some of them will pass, to try to control what teachers and professors say in classrooms, to make sure they don't, what they call indoctrinate students. The sponsors of the legislation explain what they mean. What they mean is that, as one of them put it, 80% of the faculty are commies, leftists, brainwashing students and their radical ideologies and anti-Americanism and so on. I mean, this is part of a kind of an old nativist strain that has existed, which is now being converted into a weapon against whatever institutions are not completely bought and controlled. The universities are pretty right-wing, but they're not wholly owned subsidiaries of the corporate sector, and that's a danger that has to be overcome.
I want you to go back a little bit in your memory to 1945. This year marks the 60th anniversary of the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and it was just announced that the United States is developing a new generation of nuclear weapons, better, sturdier, more reliable, etc. You were around 16 at the time of the attacks, and tell me about that and the effect it had on you.
The signatories of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, the nuclear states, have an obligation under the treaty, which every single one of them has violated, to undertake good faith efforts to eliminate nuclear weapons. That's part of the bargain by which other countries agreed not to develop nuclear weapons. And the steps that have been taken recently, particularly by the Bush administration, and this is another one, are going beyond non-adherence to the Non-Proliferation Treaty, which unfortunately is true of all the nuclear states, but to really dismantling it. And it's noteworthy that this is proceeding side by side with concern that other countries that are non-nuclear might be beginning to move towards nuclear weapons. Yeah, we certainly don't want that to happen. But for the nuclear states to violate the treaty is far more serious and dangerous. And in fact, it's brought the world pretty close to destruction a number of times and is very likely to do so again. These new steps are quite threatening. They're being put in a sort of anodyne fashion. We're just going to improve the nature of the weapons and make them more secure and so on. But it's very likely a step towards resuming nuclear testing, to developing more destructive weapons and more flexible weapons which can be used to threaten and destroy. And we should remember that it is official U.S. policy. Actually, it was even under Clinton, more extremely so under Bush, to use nuclear weapons if necessary in a first strike, even against non-nuclear powers that observe the Non-Proliferation Treaty. Those are very dangerous developments. Going back to 45, I was a junior counselor in a Hebrew-speaking summer camp at the time. I was, 16. Yeah.
In the Poconos?
Somewhere near Philadelphia, where we lived. And we just heard the news. Nobody was reading newspapers there, but you heard the news about the atom bomb. And I remember very vividly being sort of doubly shattered by it. First of all, by the news, and secondly, by the fact that nobody cared. Which just struck me as amazingly unbelievable. But I just took off and walked off into the woods and spent a couple hours sitting there by myself thinking about it.
Well, was it because perhaps no one could conceptualize what it meant? It was just another big bomb.
I don't think so. And it's not an unfamiliar phenomenon. Is it surprising that kids in a summer camp didn't pay much attention to the fact that there'd been an atomic bombing? In fact, let's go back a couple of months before that. In March 1945, there was an air raid in Tokyo, which was worse than the atom bombs. I mean, Tokyo was a wooden city. It was targeted because they knew that they could create a firestorm and kill everybody. And then nobody knows how many, maybe 100,000 people were killed in a firestorm, burned to death, destroyed. Remember any discussion of that? In fact, I remember the 40th anniversary of that passed with 50th anniversary, which was my 40th anniversary, I guess, passed with scarcely a mention. There was a big 50th anniversary. The 50th anniversary of Pearl Harbor came along. 3 years later, 50th anniversary of this. Huge fuss about Pearl Harbor. Scarcely a word about this.
Well, one final question in this session. As you look back over your many years of teaching and activism, what have you been trying to do?
Well, the teaching and the activism have different goals. For one thing, the teaching is really research. So teaching and research are inseparable, the same activity. And in that, the goal is to try, my goal at least, is to try to understand something about the nature of the human mind, how it works. I'm particularly interested in language, but as a kind of a window into the nature of cognitive systems of thought, interpretation, planning, and see what we can discover about that. I have my own special interests. One of them is to try to, a topic that has been very hard to study until very recently, and that is to try to show to what extent biological systems, and I take systems of thought and planning and language and so on to be such, to what extent their characteristics can be determined by very general properties of physical law, mathematical principle, and so on. And by now there's beginning to be insights into how that might be the case. Pretty exciting work for me, at least in the last few years. In the other domains, it's just kind of elementary. There's an enormous amount of human suffering and misery, which can be alleviated and overcome. There's oppression that shouldn't exist. There's a need for a struggle for freedom all the time. There are very serious dangers. The species may be heading towards extinction. I can't see how anybody can fail to have an interest in trying to help people become more engaged in thinking about these problems and doing something about them. That's what I spend all my time on.
Lexington, Massachusetts, February 8th, 2005.
Well, what accounts for the surge in religious fundamentalism in the United States?
For one thing, it's not entirely a surge. This has been a deeply
religious, I hate to use the word, but what's called a religious country for a long time. Actually, part of the reason why I don't like the word is that you can make an argument that one of the most sacrilegious activities and organizations that exist is organized religion. I mean, it's based on very strange conceptions about the deity. If there were one, he wouldn't like it. But let's call it religious. But it's been a very religious country since its origins. I mean, take where we now are, New England. New England was settled by extremist religious fundamentalists who regarded themselves, from England, who regarded themselves as the children of Israel, waving the holy book, following the orders of the war god who they worshipped, and it is the war god, as they cleansed the land of the Amalekites, and on and on. You read the descriptions of some of the real hideous massacres, like the Pequot massacre, and they are just like chapters out of the most genocidal parts of the Bible, which in fact they were quoting. And as the country was settled, a lot of it, moving off to the west, was also under the drive of a kind of religious fundamentalism with sort of pseudo-biblical origins. The Spanish areas were conquered under a banner of destroying papism, the heresy of papism, and it just goes on to the present. I mean, if you look back, in those days there weren't cross-cultural studies done by social scientists, but as soon as they got started, it was pretty quickly discovered that religious belief in the United States is just unrelated to other industrial societies. Typically, there's a correlation between extremist religious beliefs and industrialization. That is, the more modernization and industrialization increases, the less commitment there is to one or another form of, religious. It's hard to find a value-free word, but a kind of religious extremism. And the United States is just off the chart. I mean, it's like an underdeveloped society in this respect, and pretty extreme. And this has been true for a long time. I mean, I don't know how far back I think it goes back as long as there have been studies. Why this is the case, you could argue, and partly it's its origins, and partly it may be that it's an unusual country. It's unusually homogeneous, for one thing. I mean, we all talk more or less the same language. The changes in the recent years, I think, I don't think it's so much a change in the level of religious commitment as the way in which it's been brought into the political system. So until Carter, presidents did not particularly posture as religious. Since then, everyone does. And I think maybe we've talked about this. I think that's part of the process of depoliticization and marginalization that's going on to try to counter as a reaction against the democratic thrust of the 1960s, which has led to a huge backlash from many things, and one of them is bringing religion into public life. And it is quite extreme. I mean, by now the teaching of evolution, which is just normal in every other country, is extremely difficult here, and it has been for a long time. I remember when my wife was in college back late 1940s, she was taking a sociology course, and I remember her telling me that the instructor said, well, the next section's going to be on evolution. And I said, you don't have to believe this, but you just ought to know what some people think. I mean, I doubt if that happens in any other industrial country. And this was not the Deep South. This was, University of Pennsylvania. So exactly what the origins of it are, you can sort of debate, but it is an element of American exceptionalism, one of many. I mean, another one that may or may not be related to it is that this has always been a very frightened country. That also goes way back. There's also a strange sense of security here. It shows up in strategic analysis and thinking. I mean, the U.S. is by far the most powerful and secure country in the world, but it's the one that feels most insecure. So there's constant sense that we're just about to be destroyed. And this goes way back. There's an interesting book by a historian, a well-known historian, John Lewis Gaddis, who did the first fairly serious analysis of the Bush national security strategy, which he approves of. He thinks it's a good idea, sympathetic account. And he traces it back to early American history, approvingly. He traces it back to John Quincy Adams, who's his ideal sort of grand strategist who laid out the major plans for, he doesn't put it this way, for conquest of the continent is what it amounted to. And he uses as his centerpiece and the model for Bush's strategy a famous state paper that Adams wrote in 1818, justifying Andrew Jackson's conquest of Florida in what's called the First Seminole War. And Gaddis's interpretation of this is that this was just to protect American security, because the Florida area was actually, he uses the phrase failed state. He said it's like what we would now call a failed state, a kind of a power vacuum, which threatened the United States. And he cites the right historical sources. He doesn't say what they report, but if you add what the actual scholarship, it's quite interesting. He certainly knows it. The main books that he cites, which are serious scholarly work, point out that Andrew Jackson's invasion of Florida had absolutely nothing to do with security. I mean, it was a matter of expansion to take over the Spanish settlements, and the only security was against what they called runaway slaves and lawless, runaway Negroes and lawless Indians. Well, the Indians were lawless because they were being driven out of their homes and murdered, and the slaves were running away because they didn't want to be slaves. But that was the threat. There was this mixture of runaway Negroes and lawless Indians, the Seminoles so-called, in Florida, and they were threatening us. And in fact, there were even some cases where they carried out attacks on American settlements, but it turns out they were in retaliation. I mean, as the American settlements were driving them out of their homes and extending into their lands, and they sometimes retaliated. And that was called terror, of course. And we had to defend ourselves against it by conquering Florida. And Gaddis's point is that, he says it this way, that the basic American thesis, guiding thesis, has been that the only way to gain security is through expansion. So since we hadn't expanded over Florida, we were insecure. And the way to gain security was to expand. Turned out to be a real war of extermination, vicious, murderous, brutal war, but that's fine because we were doing it for security. And in fact, that theme goes right up to the present. I mean, the same arguments are given right now for militarization of space. The only way we can have security is by expanding, and now that means expanding to own space, have ownership of space. So I think he exactly sees what he's saying, but I think his point is correct, that there is a persistent theme of security through expansion, which means we got to control everything, because if anything is out of control, we're not secure. So it doesn't matter if we're the most powerful country in the world, and we control the hemisphere, and we control both oceans, and we control the opposite sides of both oceans. If there's anything that we don't control, we're insecure.
Another aspect of faith-based religion in the United States is what we saw in the 1980s around Central America. And even around the Iraq War, not as much, but there were some clergy and churches that did speak out.
Oh, yeah. Well, Central America was a very striking case because the U.S. was basically at war with the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church in Latin America in the 1960s and 70s had really shifted its traditional vocation.
Liberation.
It had picked up liberation theology. It had undertaken what was called the preferential option for the poor. priests, nuns, lay workers were organizing peasants into base communities where they would read the Gospels and draw lessons about organization and try to take control over their own lives. And of course that immediately made them bitter enemies of the United States. So the U.S. launched a war to destroy them. And it's kind of recognized. So the School of the Americas trains Latin American officers. One of its talking points, publicity points, literally, is that the U.S. Army helped defeat liberation theology, which is accurate. The U.S. here's this supposedly very religious country, went to war against organized religion. And the reason was organized religion was working for the poor. Can't do that. As long as it's working for the rich, it's fine, but not for the poor. Meanwhile, very pious posturing among the leadership and so on and so forth, while they're carrying out a war against the Catholic Church.
Well, let's change the subject about the economics of the empire. What the U.S. is looking at now is a weak dollar, deficit debt up, individual consumer debt up, credit card interest rates up, personal savings rates at all-time lows, blooming foreign borrowing, and I should say that foreign investors finance the U.S. debt. They buy the Treasury securities and other notes. How long can this be sustained? I mean, Jeffrey Sachs and others say, well, sooner or later, the chits are going to be called in.
I think most economists think that, but we don't really know. Actually, about the debt, it's a little more subtle. So household debt is out of sight, but corporate debt is very low. In fact, they're huge corporate profits. And that's part of the shift in the way economic planning is carried out to benefit the super rich and the corporations and to harm the general population. So yes, you have huge household debt, which is a combination of, low wages, long working hours, and massive propaganda. Do what Veblen called the fabricate consumers. People are just deluged with propaganda from infancy, trying to turn them into lunatic consumers of things they don't want. You're supposed to max out 5 credit cards and so on and so forth. So there's huge household debt, but not corporate debt. Mm-hmm. They're doing fine. In fact, the ratio of tax income to GDP is, if not at an all-time low, it's very close to it. It's probably what it was 50 years ago, and it's very skewed toward the general public, much more so than before. Corporations barely pay taxes. I mean, first of all, the tax rate is now very low, but also they've worked out a lot of complicated techniques so they don't have to pay taxes. Now, some of them are what are called tax havens, but if there's ever a serious inquiry into this, they're going to find out a lot more. Just to give you an example, in the mid-1990s, there was a lot of excitement about what was called emerging markets in Latin America. Exciting new markets. We should invest in Latin America. And out of curiosity, for a couple of years, I read the Department of Commerce publications. They put out regular quarterly publications with every imaginable detail you can think about the economy, and they're pretty interesting. And one thing I was interested in was what they call foreign direct investment in Latin America. Latin America means the whole hemisphere outside of Canada. Canada is regarded as part of Europe, so the Western Hemisphere outside of Canada. And it did surge during the mid-90s, foreign direct investment, but the composition of it was extremely interesting. It turned out consistently about 25% of it was going to Bermuda, around 15% was going to the British Cayman Islands, and about 10% Panama. It's roughly 50% of what they're calling foreign direct investment, which is certainly not going to build steel plants. It's just one or another tax scam. That's 50% of foreign direct investment. Those are huge sums. Most of the rest was going for mergers and acquisitions and so on. But the scale of sheer robbery by corporate power is enormous. There are few political economists like late Susan Strange who tried to do some work on this, but it's incredible. In any event, corporations and rich people don't pay taxes. Very low. So they're doing fine. But the general population has gone through 25 years now of either stagnation or decline in wages, which is, I don't think there's a period like that in American history, and also of much more low-quality work. So long hours, fewer vacations, less benefits, all tied in with fabrication of consumers. And yes, that leads to huge debt. The country as a whole has an enormous debt. To get back to your point, yes, it's being financed from abroad. Laura Tyson, who was chief of Clinton's Council on Economic Advisors about a year or so, summed up the international economy in 4 words. He said, Asia lends, America spends. There's a lot of truth to it. And nobody knows how long it'll go on. What happens here? Well, it's still a very rich country. But it's got enormous advantages, advantages of scale, resources, anything you can think of. But it's being subjected to domestic policies which are pretty frightening. I mean, very conservative economists are tearing their hair out, watching the Bush administration programs, which are purposely driving the country into incredible debt. I mean, the debts, the fiscal crisis is estimated in the tens of trillions of dollars, going way up, not being compensated for. And, who knows if the country can, as a functioning country, can survive that for very long. The idea of the Bush administration and the Reagan administration is to transfer costs to future generations. I mean, that's basically their value. Their values are to serve the rich and the powerful and to transfer the costs to the general population and to future generations. When you talk about their moral values, that's what they are. But what'll happen with this? And it's not the only case. I mean, say, take healthcare costs. I mean, they're also going out of sight. The U.S. has a highly inefficient healthcare system, worst in the industrial world. Huge expenses, much higher than anyone else, relatively poor outcomes. But the costs are going way up, partly because of the tremendous power that's given the pharmaceutical corporations, but also partly just because of the inefficiencies of a privatized system with a lot of bureaucracy and supervision and paperwork and so on. All of that costs. I mean, administrative costs are very high, and outcomes are poor. I mean, that's a real looming crisis, unlike the fabricated Social Security crisis, which doesn't exist. Yeah. So why are they going after Social Security but not the medical system? I think it's pretty straightforward. I mean, take somebody like me, overly well-paid college professor, now retired. I get Social Security, but it doesn't amount to that much of my income. I get fantastic medical care because I'm rich, and medical care is rationed by wealth. So when you have medical care rationed by wealth and you have private corporations profiting from it, you don't want to touch the system. It's working just right. I mean, the insurance companies, the HMOs, the pharmaceutical corporations are doing just great. Wealthy people are doing fine. If most of the population can't get decent medical care, well, not our problem. If taxes are going if payments are going out of sight, too bad. I mean, just now they've announced that in the so-called budget cutting, they're going to cut back federal funding for Medicaid, transfer it to the states who can't pay for it. But that's okay because that only harms poor people, so it's fine. On the other hand, Social Security is a real problem. It helps poor people. It does nothing for the rich. It's a useless system. I mean, those are the same values. How long can you go on with this? I don't think anybody really knows. I mean, it could be a revolt inside the country. It could be a huge economic crash. Could be adventurism leading to major war. There was recently a study done by some group at Harvard Med School and Public Citizen, I think, a joint study in which they compared U.S. and Canadian healthcare systems. And their conclusion was the U.S. systems spend, I don't know, several $100 billion a year in excess administrative costs. But one of the things they did was compare one of the main hospitals in Boston, Mass General Hospital, with the leading hospital in Toronto. When they went to Toronto, they wanted to check the billing department. Nobody knew where it was, but finally they found a little office down in the basement somewhere where they had a billing department for U.S. citizens who were coming to Canada. Tiny office. Mass General Hospital, it's a floor full of accountants and computers and paperwork and so on. And all of that stuff adds up.
Let me ask you about something you said at the Harvard Trade Union program when you were talking to union officials from all over the world. You said that the U.S. does have a form of universal health care. They're called emergency rooms. And then you went on to talk about Boston City Hospital and Tufts. Could you explain that?
Well, there are laws which say that if you can get to an emergency room, they got to take care of you. So that means it's universal health care. I mean, sometimes the emergency rooms are overflowing and you can't get in. But and if you get to an emergency room, you may have to wait a couple, hours. Like, for example, a friend of mine, somebody you know too, but I won't mention it, his father was very sick. He's in New York and had to take him to one of the main hospitals. Doesn't have health insurance. And he actually sat there for 3 days, bringing him food and taking care of him while the doctors got to him. He wasn't dying, just needed care. I mean, I had... a couple of months ago, I had uncontrollable nosebleeds, not life-threatening, but damn nuisance. I called the MIT clinic and said, what should I do? And they said, go over to Lay Clinic, which is near where I live. Lay Clinic is a very fancy hospital complex, for very elegant types. So I went over to Lay Clinic and I went to the emergency room and I sat there for a couple hours. And finally I was treated by one specialist who's way more skilled than anybody I needed. I needed a nurse to do something. But when you get in there, you get very, it's very expensive for you because you're wasting a tremendous amount of time. But you get a very expensive treatment. And that didn't matter. But it means that this kind of emergency care system is not giving the kind of care that people need. It's not preventive care. It's not doctors who know you paying attention to what's wrong and figuring out how to avoid getting sick in the first place. It's the most expensive, most inefficient kind of universal health care system you can imagine. To get back to your question, it happens that downtown Boston there's two big hospitals, the Boston City Hospital run by the city and a private hospital, part of the Tufts medical system, which are right next door. And I was giving some talks at the Boston City Hospital a year or two ago and talking to the staff. And they told me that if an ambulance drives up to the Tufts Medical Center, they'll often send them over to Boston City. The reason is if an ambulance brings a sick patient and they get into the hospital has to take care of them. And if they're indigent or can't pay for fancy care, the hospitals don't have to pay for it. So they don't want to do it. They'd rather have the city pay for it. So send them over to the city hospital. Good hospital, good doctors, people work hard, but it's not Brigham and Women's or Mass General.
Well, again, this seems like an enormous wedge issue in terms of organizing popular support around 45 million. I mean, we're talking about people who have some coverage. 45 million Americans have no coverage whatsoever. And to get back to your point about some of the outcomes in the United States, they rank slightly below Cuba, a country that has been targeted by the U.S. for some 45 years, economic, military, terrorist attacks. I mean, that is so startling. Yet, people are more worried about, Janet Jackson's breast being revealed at the Super Bowl.
Well, I don't know that they're more worried. I mean, I think people are very concerned about health care. Whenever the questions are asked in polls, it turns out that people rank it as a very high concern. I think about 80% of the population last noticed, wants higher healthcare expenditures. And
no, I know about those polls, but take the question of Iraq. We're in the streets and are tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Healthcare, which affects everybody, is not as an urgent or concrete issue, and it's kind of
because that the tens of thousands in the streets is a one-shot affair. And you organize a demonstration, people come out, then they go back home. Most of them. Healthcare is a different issue. You have to have a real democratic society, a functioning democratic society, with popular associations, unions, political groups, and so on, which are working on it all the time. That's the way you organize people to get health care. It's not, you can't get health care with a demonstration. And that's what's lacking. The country is basically what we call a failed state. Has formal democratic institutions, but they barely function. So it doesn't matter if, say, 80% of the population think we ought to have some kind of national health care system. And it doesn't even matter if the large majority regard it as a moral value. When the commentators and so on rave about moral values, they're talking about gay marriage, not the fact that people's moral values are that everyone should have decent health care. And the reason is that it's not their interest. Like I say, they're like me. They get fine health care, what do they care? But for the large majority of the population, it's a major issue. And it's becoming an even more serious one. When Medicaid gets destroyed, as it probably will, that's going to really harm people. But those are unorganized. They're not in unions. They're not in political associations. There are no political parties with participation. It's very hard and people are very isolated. The genius of American politics has been to marginalize and isolate people, so they can't function. That's in fact one of the main reasons behind the passionate effort to destroy unions. Unions are one of the few mechanisms by which ordinary people can get together and compensate for concentration of capital and power by their own contributions. So they have to be destroyed. The U.S. has a very violent labor history and major efforts to destroy unions every time they make any progress.
In fact, Missouri and Indiana recently, two states, have now abolished the right for public sector workers to engage in collective bargaining.
Yeah, the federal government has done pretty much the same. The Bush administration, part of the Homeland Security scam was their insistence that they can't be unionized. Why? Are they going to work less efficiently if they're unionized? No. It's just that you have to eliminate the threat that people might get together and try to achieve things like, say, decent health care or decent wages or anything that benefits the population and doesn't benefit the rich. It's like a guiding principle that has very rare exceptions. You can almost predict policy by just that simple principle. Does it help rich people? Does it help the general population? And from that you can virtually deduce what's going to be done next.
One final question. The theme of the World Social Forum is another world is possible. I'm interested in the formulation there. They're not asking the question. It's an affirmative that it is possible. What might another world look like that you would find attractive?
Well, you can start with small things. Like, for example, I think it would be an improvement if, take the World Social Forum, if the United States became as democratic as Brazil. That doesn't sound like a utopian goal, but just compare the elections. In Brazil, where there are live, active, popular movements, people were able to elect somebody as president from their own ranks. Maybe they don't like what he's doing, but he's an impressive figure, peasant, steel worker, and so on. I don't think he ever even went to college. And they were able to elect him president. That's inconceivable in the United States. In the United States, you vote for one or another rich boy from Yale. That's because they have popular organizations. We don't. Haiti is considered a failed state. Haiti had democratic elections of a kind we can't dream of. In 1990, Haiti had an election which just shocked the daylights out of everyone. In fact, that's why there was a military coup, and the U.S. supported it and crushed it and so on. I mean, the election, it's an extremely poor country, you know, and people in the hills and the slums actually got together and elected their own candidate. We can't dream of that. Well, for us to become as democratic as Haiti, let's say, it doesn't sound very utopian. I mean, for us to have a medical care system like, say, Australia, you know, is not reaching for the stars. For us to have a society in which the wealth of the country isn't concentrated in the hands of private tyrannies and a small sector of wealthy, where the majority of the population has stagnating, declining wages for 25 years, worse workloads and so on. Changing that isn't utopian. And you can go on from there to much more far-reaching goals. I mean, many of the basic institutions of the society are just totally illegitimate. They should not exist. Corporations, for example, are just illegitimate institutions. They're no more legitimate than Bolshevism or fascism was. In fact, they're rather like it in many ways. Well, do they have to exist? I mean, the corporations have to be controlled by management and owners and dedicated to the welfare of shareholders, instead of being controlled by the people who work in them and dedicated to what are called stakeholders, the community, the workforce. It's not a law of nature, and on and on.
I'm afraid we've run out of time. Thanks very much, Noam Chomsky.
Okay, good to talk to you, as always.
We hope you've enjoyed Imperial Ambitions, an audio Renaissance audiobook from Holt Books. This program was produced by David Barsamian. Text copyright 2005 by Aviva Chomsky and David Barsamian. Production copyright 2003, 2004, 2005 by David Barsamian. Published by Audio Renaissance, a division of Holt Spring Publishers, LLC. All rights reserved.